Hey everyone, my name's Brian. That's my brother Adam. We're back in Wurm Online this week. It's been 2 weeks since I think we took last week off. It's been a busy November, but I'm glad to be back in Wurm. How have you been, Adam, this last couple weeks?
Busy, but doing well. Work's been really busy, but I've been getting a little bit of Wurm here and there, and yeah.
That's good. I'm definitely excited to get back into Wurm, so I'm glad
Totally.
all of you could join us either in the stream today or on YouTube later. We have been doing quite a bit, I think, in the last few weeks. We got at least a few things accomplished. What have your accomplishments been in Wurm Online, or what have you been up to?
I mean, I haven't hit any major milestones, but I have been working quite a bit on my mining, and got that up to about 67 or 68, somewhere in there. Hey, Regan
Nation, how are you doing? Thanks so much for that sub. You've been subscribed for 14 months, it says. Wow.
Oh, wow. I've also been working on my priest and getting his farming up because I need a steady supply of wemp, particularly for making ropes for favor, and so I decided to bite the bullet and start working on my farming, because the other option was that I was going to thinking of like buying wemp, but sorry, go ahead.
Now, how's that going?
Farming actually goes up really fast. I must have decided to start doing this maybe 2 weeks ago, I'd have to say.
Yeah.
And I got it into the 50s already, so
Nice.
And that's just with our 2 fields. I'd say we have about, in combination, 150 tiles. And
so do you transfer back and forth between this deed and the other deed?
Yes. It's not that far of a run. I know, like, it feels a little bit far, but it might take 5 minutes at most to ride.
Okay.
And as our horses get faster, it'll take less time.
So that's between this deed and the chessboard deed over around this area. You
made the chessboard deed.
You made a little farm patch, maybe as big as the one we have here, something like that.
Yeah, the one over there is 70 tiles. The one over here is 72. Plus we have an extra little patch of 12 over here. So yeah, altogether it's about 164 tiles or so.
And how are you doing, Regan Nation, today? Are you able to play Wurm Online today while listening to us? And no, that's pretty awesome. You got 50. I mean, that is almost like me. So I was really wanting to get the next queue action, because I noticed that when I was leatherworking, I was able to queue up 5 things. So I'm able to queue up 5 before my stamina bar runs out.
Right.
And it's still like at 15 or 20% when I get to the end of the 5 actions. So I was only able to queue 3 actions, which means I had to stick around and wait for 2 actions to complete before I could do my 5 actions. And I'm like, well, I'm at 29 mine logic. And I know that if I get 1 more mine logic, I can get, or 1 more point in mine logic, I could get to 30, unlock my 4th action. So I thought, what's the best way to get mine logic up?
Hey, Northleys, how's it going?
Hey, Northleys. Well, and then Adam here is like, well, might as well do some cooking. And I'm not a cook.
Were you at 29, like 0.00,
like something like that? 29 point.
Okay.
Maybe 1, maybe.
Okay.
And
so you had a long way to go still.
To get to 30, I just sat there and did cooking. So exactly what I did, what Adam recommended. So you can see our cooking setup is not robust. So it basically has 18 pottery bowls and 16 frying pans. And you said, take some meat, put it into the pottery bowls. Was it pottery bowls first or the frying pans first?
It's the frying pans.
So it's the frying pan. So he says, put them into the frying pans. One meat. That turns them into, what was it? Cooked meat or fried meat or something?
Fried meat, yeah.
And then you transfer the fried meat, just one fried meat, into the pottery bowl, and that cooks it into, what was it, like a breakfast?
Breakfast, right.
So one meat gives you 2 skill ticks into cooking. So, but at the same time, it's giving you like a lot of mind logic. Probably the most amount. Yeah. So to get... Oh God, okay, hold on.
Yeah, now I'm curious, like, how many meals do you have to make, or how many breakfasts do you have to make in order?
I had to make a lot of breakfasts, but in order to get to my 30 mind logic, I had to get to... Oh, great. Thank you, Regulation. and hey, Tuxie, how you doing?
Hey, Tuxie and Clo Match.
And Seal Match.
Is it Seal Match? Oh, yeah, my bad eyes.
Oh, thank you. I like the pink hair this week, I guess. So
so you were trying to get from like 29.1 mind logic all the way up to 30 in one shot. Okay. And did you make it?
I made it to 30, and by the time I made it to 30, I had, let's just show you guys, 51.9 hot food cooking.
What? Wait a minute. That's like even more than me. You had to do more cooking than I did. Yeah, my hot food cooking is 49.9.
So I'm at 50. I'm now somehow the cook, the alliance.
No. How much meat did you use?
That's all I did. I just like put meat into a frying pan and then transferred the meat into a pottery bowl over and over again.
Right.
That's all I did.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. I'm gonna have 51.9 hot food cooking for a while because I'm not gonna do any more cooking. Adam's the cook.
Yeah.
You should just do that. Just do that. Get up to like 60 hot food cooking. Use up the meat.
I totally can do that. And what I found was in my last run was that it wasn't giving me as much skill as it was before. Like
you can at least get to 50.
I guess it was. Yeah, I could get to 50 for sure. It was just getting slower, right? Like, I could totally keep doing it, and it'll keep going up. It's just it was slower, and I decided to switch to meals for my last run, and meals actually made a big difference in the rate at which it went. The only problem is that meals are a one-off, right?
Don't you have to do twice as many things? It's like 2 items instead of one.
You have to use twice as many items. That's for sure, because you get 2 actions out of this method of fried meat and then breakfast, whereas you'd only get 1 action out of like making a meal. But the difference is that the meals that come out are actually quite useful, right? So if you take a look at our larder at the top shelf,
yeah, I saw
those horse meals that I made. Yeah.
Horse meals, yeah.
And I made sure I was using like higher quality meat, and it ended up, with higher quality meals, and those meals are filling our food bar quite well, I must say.
And hey, Drogos.
And they last much longer.
It's very early morning for us. That's right.
Yeah. This is our new regular time, I think. Early morning. Sunday.
So there is my visual representation of what I earned. My 4 action cues. My 4th action cue there. So that was one big accomplishment that I had over the last couple weeks. The second one I had was I reached 85 leatherworking.
Wow.
And now I'm at 85.8 because I think yesterday I did a bunch of leatherworking as well. So I'm slowly making my way 1 skill point at a time. Actually, I'm doing it like half skill points. You could probably get like half a skill point in a session, something like that. And today I'm going to show you guys a little bit about what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, and these sort of recommendations can be used for any of these professions, basically. So I'll go into a little bit of how I do that. But before I do that, how's everybody doing? Is everybody playing Wurm today. What are you guys doing in Wurm if you are?
And Amethyst is here. How's it going, Amethyst?
Hey. Hey, Lady and Adam. Yeah, no longer a lady.
And while Brian is going on with his leatherworking, I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm gonna be doing here. I think I might work on my rope making skill, because I'm so close to 60. I'm like at 58 rope making. Yeah.
Isn't that like higher than your blacksmithing, or is that like around your blacksmithing?
No. My blacksmithing's 65 now.
Okay.
See, the thing about my blacksmithing is I'm trying to keep it in line with my mining. So like I want my mining to stay above my blacksmithing, and they're getting really close to each other again. So my mining's at 68 almost, and my blacksmithing's at 65.
I mean, you've been doing better than I've been doing in carpentry. So like carpentry has taken a back seat for me.
Right.
So my wood cutting
is
like
that leatherworking.
Yeah, I've been doing leatherworking. My wood cutting's at about 55, 56 right now, and like my carpentry's already at 63. So I got to do my wood cutting at some point. Got the trees growing over there, and hoping that I can get to that in the next week or two. But for now, so Amethyst, you're saying that you need rope making at 10? You're rope making at 10 and you need it higher to get your NAR completed. Okay, so the NAR has been in your bucket list for 10 years now. I don't know, maybe Adam can help you with that.
10 years, like, are you saying this is on the news server or the old server? Because if it's like on the old server... This is your first
NAR ever, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, so on the old servers, at
on
10
the old servers.
Skill, you might be able to find yourself a high quality rope making a rope tool, like on the old server for pretty cheap. Like I'm sure that you can find like a 90 rope tool for fairly inexpensive, or have a friend make one for you. And I think with 10 skill, you might be able to make some cordage from there. Or alternatively, I'm sure that cordage is not that hard to get either. Or you must do it all alone. Okay. Well, how's your fine carpentry skill then? Because if you can make yourself like a good quality rope tool, might help out. Now, if you want to work on your rope making skill, I can give you some tips on that, and you can easily get it to 20 in no time. In which case, at that point,
tailoring skill is.
Sure, depending on how well your cloth tailoring skill is. But at that point, it should be no problem to get cordage rope. So what I've been doing is I've been making fish keep nets, which is a newer item, like from the fishing update. And these fish keep nets, they're hard to make, but they're doable. Oh, the Atom Cam.
The Atom Cam.
Oh, we tried to set up something new today.
Adam closed the window or something. I don't know.
Did I? No.
That's what it looks like.
It's still open. Oh. I know why. Okay, that should work.
There it is.
Is it there? Okay, I'm so sorry.
So
I know what I did. Okay.
That's okay. We set up a different Atom Cam. It should be a little clearer now, and it's a little larger
and smoother. Like I think, and it also impacts our CPU power quite a lot less, I'd say.
That's good.
Man, I'm barely getting med ticks from this thing.
Yeah, I could potentially make Adam's camera a bit bigger. Adam chose to use the smallest resolution when sending it to me right now. We'll see if he has any power there to up that a little bit, and then we can make it a bit bigger. We'll test it out. Right now, I've made it a bit bigger, and it's more widescreen than it used to be for some reason. But Yeah, it looks better. If anybody ever needs that sort of ability, two people, you want to stream somebody's camera or somebody's gameplay.
Camera or gameplay. I wonder if we could do our camera at the same time this way.
Probably could, yeah. That'd be interesting to try out. Go to a website called obs.ninja. So I've tried that. That's what we're trying today.
It seems very smooth. Very smooth. So Amethyst, you're saying there's a difference between net trap and fish nets, and the answer is absolutely yes. Fish nets. It's not fish nets, it's the fish keep net. These are the items that you place down in the water and you can like put fish into them to store them. It's like a storage for fish. Now this thing, what makes it different from the net trap is that it fits in a forge, which means that you can put it into a forge to burn down the quality so that you can re-imp it up again without having to make a whole new set of them. Whereas net traps, there's no way to burn them down. There's no furnace that it fits into. So yeah, the fish keep nets have worked. I made 14 of them, and I just keep using the same 14 over and over again. I'll just burn them down and imp them back up, and burn them down and imp them back up over and over. And that seems to work really well. Are you still not at 20 meditation?
I'm not at 20 meditation. I'm at 18.5.
I think I should be able to get my 6th. I'm going to go check it out to see if I can get my 6th, level 6 now.
What skill do you need for that? 20 or 25?
20. I think 20.
20?
Yep.
So, I mean, the reason is I leveled up my meditation to 4, which is not that hard. I mean, you got to get to 15 meditation. And then I didn't have any motivation to keep going, so I just stopped.
Right.
But, recently, maybe in the last few days, yeah, we've got some meditation rugs. You put Circle of Cunning on them.
Yeah.
I guess I can at least push to 20 and then do the slow grind to, 30?
Yeah, it's slow. I hit 20, I don't know how long ago, and I don't meditate every day, and I don't meditate all 5 when I do. I'll get maybe 1 or 2 in every day. But it's like, for 5 days in a row, getting 1 or 2 in every day, I didn't get a single tick for like 5 days in a row. I was like, I don't understand.
Oh, here comes
I tried
the
different
meditation.
quality meditation rugs. I tried different types of meditation rugs. I recently put in Circle of Cunning, and I think it was yesterday I got my first med tick after 20 or second med. I can't remember. Let's see what my meditation's at right now.
Well, that's good.
It's like we're getting 3 or something like that each time. Or when if I get my sleep bonus on. Let me just see here. What am I at? What is it under? Nature?
Nature.
Okay, actually I made it to 21. So I've now gotten maybe 3 or 4 ticks in.
So good. Yeah, that's good. So there's 2 things that we're wanting to accomplish on our deed. The first one is I'm going to do some leatherworking and show everybody exactly what I do to prepare for it and what I ended up imping. The second thing is Adam really wants to get started his house. So his house is going to go here. This is where I guess your blacksmithing stuff and whatever else you want to transfer over will go here. But the goal is to make it so that there's a bridge coming from this tile to the house, and then that will be whatever you want, an open concept sort of thing. And then you can have the protection of the house but still feel like you're outdoors. And then the problem that you had is that you wanted to lower this level by how much is this lowered by?
Yeah, it's not about how much I wanted to lower it. It was not that much. It was maybe in the teens, low teens or something like that. But it was that I needed to lower it so that the bridge that comes off the building is flat.
It's exactly flat, and that means that
Drogos can.
The slope has to be
Relate with me
exactly
here.
63 slope, right? That's what you
Perfectly, yeah, exactly. And I think it was like 51 or something like that. That's like, or 54. I don't know. It was close enough that I felt like I could just dig down a bit and make it like nice and perfectly flat. Hey, Serene.
want. Serene.
Um,
Yeah,
oh,
so you
and
want
again,
it perfectly
Siri.
flat, the bridge. So
Every time I say it.
that's awesome. So you're just like, I'm just gonna lower this to the 63 slope that it needs to be. You go ahead and you lower it, and you instantly, boom, hit rock.
Hit rock.
Right
Within
here.
3 or 4 hits. Hey, Isham. What's going on?
So now a simple lowering of the dirt that should have taken 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Now Adam wants to go through the process of removing
Yeah.
all of this dirt, all of these corners, all the way down to a rock tile, all of these corners, all the way over here, anything that's not perfectly flat, so that he can hit the rock a few times, lower it down to the perfect height, and then put all the dirt back down. So that his bridge goes from his bridge does this instead of this. You see the difference there? This instead of this.
I can't see the difference.
You can't see the difference. They can. So we're gonna do all that work to get that done. Very excited to do some digging.
I wonder how many times I'll have to meditate to get this question.
I had to do. So I went and so Zulatek stopped by for.
Oh yes.
I don't know why. I just came in and he was here. I guess you know why. Do you know why he was around? He was on his way back or something from something or other.
He was on his way back from the slaying. Yeah.
And he found us and came onto our deed. And at some point, we gave them all some tool belts that I had worked on. I guess 70 quality tool belts. And he decided to try and pay us back by, what is it called? There's a way for you to enlighten someone.
Yeah, enlightening.
And I was level 4 of meditation, and they wanted to enlighten me to level 5. And they had already, I guess, were high enough skill to do this. So he started trying to enlighten me, and he kept getting the error message. There's an error message that indicates that he had failed to enlighten me and that he should just try again in a minute. And he did that for like a few hours with no luck. He just kept trying, and it kept failing. And then he's like, oh, I gotta go. Like, it's been so long. That was fine. So he left. No enlightening. I'm still level 4. So the other day, I'm like, okay, I might as well just get to level 5. So, because I had the skill anyway. So I took a meditation rug over to our love tile over there. And it took 3 tries, and I got the question.
3 tries.
That's Wurm for you right there.
It makes you wonder, like, what is the enlightening good for, right? Because you still, like, you must have the skill, right? Like, it doesn't bypass the.
It
like,
used to be, and this is so. I thought it was because you didn't need the skill to get to the level of.
Okay.
Now that's how it used to be, because we got level 7 by getting enlightened by someone.
Okay.
And so somebody enlightened us, so I had only 27 skill or something like that in meditation.
This was way back in the day. Yeah, and I only had 20. Like, back in 2012, like, I had 20 skill in meditation, and that allows you to get up to 6. So I would have had to meditate all the way to level 30 to get to level 7, but I didn't, because instead somebody who was level, I think it was 9, was able to enlighten me up to level 7. And I had enchant grass without having to skill my meditation skill. But I'm pretty sure, like, that got changed, right?
I don't remember it getting changed, but I don't pay attention to those type of things. You seem to remember it being changed. Does anybody know if this was actually changed. So now you need the skill level.
Right, like Serene, like what we're saying is that way back in the day, it used to be able to get to level 7 with only 20 skill, and the way you would do it is you would get to level 6 with 20 skill, and then somebody could enlighten you. Somebody
7.
who was exactly 3 levels higher than you could enlighten you up to 7. But I'm pretty sure, like I have a memory of them nerfing that, so that in order to enlighten, you must now meet the skill requirement of that level.
Which
And I
takes away...
also feel like you have to meet the wait time as well. Like it's like they completely nerfed it so that it pretty much doesn't do anything. A fix rather than a nerf. Maybe. Like I always thought that enlightening was like intended to be like that.
Yeah, so enlightening, if that's true, then enlightening basically does nothing. Like
does nothing. Like
it stops
like
you from having to go find a tile of your chosen path.
You know, I'm gonna look quickly just to see something on the wiki that says anything about enlightening. That will indicate why it might be better.
Yeah, if you do reach level 30, you definitely did wait enough for the question. That's right, Serene. Because that grind, man. I feel like they should lower that grind or give you more times that you can do the get a tick.
Oh, okay.
Per day.
So the benefit is that the wait time gets reduced to 7 days no matter what level.
Ah, okay. So now the benefit is only that your potential wait time could be reduced. I feel like that doesn't help, as Serene's saying. If you make it to 30, it's not going to take you 7 days to get you to 20, from 20 to 30. It's just not.
It might.
It's not.
It might take you more than 7 days because you only get 5 minutes.
I'm saying it would never make you just 7 days. It would take much longer.
Oh, right. It always takes you longer. Yeah, totally.
Now, yeah, this is where I was thinking, Northleys, like this would help way in advance when you're at those levels where you need to take, I don't know, how many days.
If you're at level, like half a year or something like that. If you're at level 10 and you're trying to get up to level 11 and, you know, there's a level 13 sitting over here. Somehow they're level 13, but they are level 13 and they can enlighten you after 7 days. That I can see that. But if it's gonna take like 10 hours of trying to enlighten, is that worth it? I don't know. Maybe they need to make enlightening a little bit easier.
All right, so let's get into this leatherworking thing. So a lot of these recommendations are, I guess, for people that don't do or are fairly new players. If you're one of the newer players that came through Steam, then you might get a few tips here or there. So Adam had recently changed from his faux priest and he transferred to a Vin priest so that we could start getting the benefits of COC. And so you've been doing some amazing channel grinding with Vessel and the Morning Fog that you were doing before as a foe.
Right.
And he finally got us some new tools. So I was excited about this part. But let me just take a look. So I have some leatherworking tools. Oh, I should probably drop the ones that I don't need anymore. So this one I don't need. Oh, you got a full forge apparently. Okay.
Yeah. I
put them in here.
Need to clean it out a little bit. I'm a little bit in a mess right now.
All right, so I'm dropping this leather knife. He gave me. You can see that each one now has 59 COC on it. I wonder if that's still the case. 59, yeah. He also gave me an awl that has 49 COC. And each COC, is that a percentage or is that another calculation?
I'm pretty sure it's a straight up percentage increase. So if you have 50 COC, then each skill tick that you get will be increased by 50%.
Yeah. And I think at this level, like in the 80s, it helps a lot to have as many of your tools have that COC on it.
And it's multiplicative with sleep bonus, so you'll get the 50% more skill gain, and then whatever that gives you, you'll get double that when you...
Oh, you think so?
When you have sleep bonus. Oh, yeah. So, like... Yeah. A lot of things in this game are multiplicative. Like, similar with the affinities are multiplicative. Sleep bonus.
I thought it was just one at a time. Like the first...
No.
You get double the experience, and then you take that, and then you have to times that
50%
by...
50% more.
50% more. And then you take that, and then you have to times that by... And that's less. So you end up getting less.
No. Both of those will give you the same amount. If you multiply something by 2, and then you multiply something by 1.5 after.
Oh, I guess I was meaning... Is that the same as if you added up all of the percentages into one big percentage? Like I get 59% from this needle, but then I also get
plus 100.
100, so I get 159%.
Yeah, that's not right.
Okay.
It's not that.
Yeah,
it's 59%. Then you multiply again by 100%, and that actually works out to be better.
Right. So this is the first thing that I was really excited about. The only thing I don't think is possible, and correct me if I'm wrong, there wouldn't be a reason to put COC on leather. Not that there isn't a reason, but that it would be really annoying to do.
Really annoying to do. I could do it, but you can't combine leather.
I can't.
So leather is only 3 kilograms. So like, I mean, I guess I can ask you, like, how long does a 3 kilogram
not very long
piece of leather last?
1 second, maybe. A part of a session.
So like, it might be worth it in the sense that like I can just cast and randomly hit something, right? Just randomly, and it's not that much of a waste to give a cast if you have a handy Benora Priest.
Well, let's take a look. So I don't have any leather, so I'm going to make myself a few pieces of leather. Adam,
yay! I'm on the path.
Oh, you did it.
Level 6.
Nice. Yeah. Adam made some lye based on the ash that we have, because I guess one of your characters is trying to get natural substances up, which is what it takes. So I'm going to take my lye. Up here I've got my hides. Let's take a look at what I've got. So I've been using my 50 quality ever since we did that hunting trip. We got a number of hides. I now have 38 54 quality hides. Let me make maybe 3. See what I get.
Yeah, and Amethyst, I'm not sure about being... Okay, so you're saying 2 things. One was the COC being above 100. Like, is 101 COC still 100% increase? I'm not sure about that. I would have assumed it was 101 increase, but I don't know. I don't know the exact answer. And after sleep bonus doubles and that sweet spot doubles again, I think so. So I think it's actually the other way around. It's that the sweet spot will double your skill gain, and then sleep bonus doubles it again. Yeah.
Now, in saying that, Adam's a huge proponent in that the sweet spot over the same amount of time as not using the sweet spot would not give you.
Okay, let's not take this out of context here, because we can talk about this, because I'm pretty... I kind of get the sense that sweet spot imping works best when you have access to really high quality tools and your skill is not low. Like, I may try it again now that my blacksmithing's at 65, just to see what happens now. But when my blacksmithing was like in the 20s, sweet spot imping was not better than just queuing. And I did several tests of this. Several tests of this. And the reason was The reason was because you fail a lot more when you're low level with low quality tools, and that results in less skill ticks in general. And then the other thing is that when you're doing sweet spot imping, you have to be really focused. Every time that your action ends and your stamina bar refreshes, you have to be like right there continually every 12 seconds. And I found that hard to keep up in practice for like hours. You're doing this for hours, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe the first half hour you're fine, but then once, like after a little bit of time, you start missing it, or you start hitting it too early, and these sorts of things start happening. And like with queuing up actions, like you can queue up and like look away for a few minutes, and then like sure, if you missed it by a few seconds, like it's not going to make that much of a difference overall in your queuing, right? So yeah, what were you gonna say?
Oh no, nothing.
Okay, yeah.
So Amethyst, you're saying
Sounded like you had
Raybark
something to say.
tried it, I'm guessing, over a long period of time, and then got some better gains of some kind. And Northlees, you're saying that you just find that high quality, high COC just pouring out imps mindlessly. Yeah, I mean that's the simplest way to do it, and you can do that for longer periods of time without getting sort of fatigued.
Did I
I
not
wonder
make
how much
myself more
focus
rope
you'd have to
making?
do. Okay, so I made 3 leathers that are 54 quality, and I'll let you COC them. Let's see what happens.
Like I'll be honest, I'm pretty sure that at my skill now, if I had access to 90 quality blacksmithing tools, and that were all 90 quality, I'd say if I had access to 90 quality blacksmithing tools, I probably would my guess would be that sweet spot imping would give me faster skill gain per unit of time than queuing up. But my prediction would be that it would be marginally better, like very close. It'd be close, but not that much better. And even in that situation, like unless I'm getting like 50% more skill gain, I'm not going to waste my time with the sweet spot imping, simply because of how hard it is to get yourself set up for it. And secondly, it's like you have to be focused. Every 12 seconds, you have to start the next action like right away. I don't think I can keep that up long period of time.
Hey cats, how are you doing today?
Hey cats, what's going on?
I mean, with sweet spot imping, you're talking about it's basically impossible to do on fairly new servers, because you're saying you have to be imping items higher level than what you potentially can, or what you can create. You need to have already done the level grind on a character. Get that character to create the items for you.
Right. Yeah.
And
you
this
need
is
to get
more
high quality things.
So yeah, we're leaving it off the table. So far I've shown that Adam has created me a new set of tools for leatherworking. Got me some half decent casts on them. So with that done, and actually I didn't realize that your priest is not online. You don't have to log on your priest. I made myself some leather, which is good, about 50 quality. I find that 50 quality is decent. I'd wish I had more like 70 quality. I don't have enough 70 quality hides, so I'm just sticking here. And how are you doing, Wolfmare? And Wormaholic, how are you doing? Hello, how are you?
Hey, Wormaholic.
So I'm just setting up for leatherworking and trying to provide at least some tips for people that haven't maybe played Wurm for too long. So next thing that I do is Adam has created some affinity food for me. So I'm definitely going to make sure that my CCFP is at 100 and that I have leatherworking, the affinity buff.
How's your sleep bonus? Is your sleep bonus bar full? or you got?
It's at 4 hours, so it's not too bad. Okay, so to do this, let's see. Look at all these pizzas that he's made. Mine's all the way down here, so I'm just going to take a nice bite.
You know, the pizzas take a while to put together. I spent quite a bit of time on them. But once they're made, they last for a long time.
Yeah. So there, one bite gives me 2 hours and 40 minutes, so that's good enough for me in this session.
Right.
I'll just take some generic pizzas here to just top that off. And then, actually what I'm going to do, if I have it, do I have my refresh? I do have my refresh, so pop that refresh. There we go. It's as good as it's going to get. So food done. Leather is done. And I'm ready to do my imping. So I've got my tool belt here. All of my tools are good. Yeah, I also have a mallet that he cast on. All right, so here's my coffin filled with leatherworking items. Wormaholic, you accidentally made unfermented moonshine last night. How do you accidentally make that stuff? You were trying to make a veggie stew, but you made moonshine instead. Oh, that's funny.
Veggie stew? How did you get moonshine? Doesn't moonshine require you to, like, ferment?
No wine barrel to put it in. Ah. All right. Let's do one of my
I know,
leathers.
it's 12 kilograms. I know. I used the affinity maker thing. Not the worm food one, but the Azurite one. The one that you click a button and it tells you what the recipe is. You know, like you put in what the test meal gives you, you put on what affinity you want, and then you click go, and it literally gives you the recipe. I find the worm food one, like, while there's more freedom there, sometimes too much freedom makes it a lot harder. So I like the Azurite one simply because it makes it so that you don't have to figure out what the recipe is going to be.
You just have to make sure you have all the items.
Right, that's the downside, is that you have to have all the items. So we actually, like, because of Willow's help, she did all the herbs and has been growing them, and so we have a ton of all the herbs. And because Catspur has been helping as well with giving us some veggies, that sort of rounded out all of the stuff that we needed,
which is good.
And all of our hunting trips have given us all the meat that we needed. Yeah, now I can make affinity food for the Alliance. That's awesome.
And there's a blue dragon slaying on Pristine in 4 hours. So all you guys on the old servers, that sounds like a good time.
Cool. Awesome.
All right, I'm going to take these belts, and the goal here is that I already have them to 70, and I'm just going to slowly try to push them to 80, which does take a little while because I don't have the optimal setup. We have the setup that we can do our best in, which means that my tools are much lower level than my skill, right? Because we can't get higher level tool. And the leather I'm using is lower level, so I'm going to get more fails than normal, but I'll get a good amount of skill. So let's keep my skill here so people can see.
Yeah, it would definitely be optimal if I could get those tools up higher. I'll keep working on my blacksmithing.
Okay,
you know,
so
I feel like
take a look.
This time around, I've been doing what I always do every time that I play this game from the beginning, or at least the first time around, and try to, you know. Anyway, the point is that I tend to spread myself thin. Like, I don't focus on one thing. I focus on lots of different things. You know, like, for example, the priest is taking up a lot of my, what do you call it? My attention. And so blacksmithing sort of goes to the wayside.
Is that similar? How are you guys? Are you guys like an Adam? You just have way too much stuff to do, and then you just try to do it all. You don't give up. You just keep going very slowly at everything.
Very slowly at everything, yeah. Like, for example, my hot food cooking's at 50, my rope making's at almost 60, my cloth tailoring's at almost 50. I've been mining and butchering, and I tried weaponsmithing. I got it to almost 30, but I don't know. I'm taking a break from that. My farming, I'm doing my farming on my priest, and animal husbandry, I'm trying to get that up to.
I feel like we're all a little like that, I would say.
Yeah.
Like I've got the leatherworking, but I also have carpentry, fine carpentry, masonry, stone cutting, apparently hot food cooking, although I'm not going to do that anymore. Those are my main ones, I would say. Wood cutting, of course.
Yeah.
And yeah, hopefully I can stay in that area where I'm just doing.
So Drogos, like you were working on your priest. How's that going? Have you been, getting that channeling up? Yeah, I know. Weaponsmithing. It's like I really need to work on it because, that's one thing that is in high need right now for our alliance. Like Brian needs a carving knife for his carpentry, and I'm like, can imp to 40, but that's about it. Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. So I'm not doing anything special here. I've got 15 tool belts, and I'm going to queue up my 4 actions, so I'm very glad that I have the ability to queue 4 now. And then I wait to queue up the 5th one, and that's just because I'm determined that I have just enough stamina to do 5 actions. So you'll kind of see my stamina go all the way down to maybe here, and then it ends.
If you increase your food bar up to full, like you just eat, you have full CSP.
Just did that, yeah.
I feel like there's like a bonus to, it's either the amount of stamina you have or it reduces the amount of stamina that you use. I'm not sure. But see if you can squeeze in that 6th action right now.
I might be able to squeeze in a 6th action, but I don't know if I want to.
Okay, maybe you might not want to, but I'm curious to know when that bonus happens, or when we lose that bonus. And Raid Wiper, hey guys, it's Raid Wiper. How's it going?
Raid Wiper. Today I just got set up to do some leatherworking, so I just can do the 6th. I just can do the 6th action without losing it.
Okay. I'm gonna see if I can do it too. And Serene, I'm so sorry to hear. 7 irons means that it was at least 60 something quality, right?
Oh, you sold your carving knife.
Try not to die from the COVID. Yeah. Things are getting pretty scary out there, where we are at least. And I know the States has it worse, but yeah.
It's getting worse, I think, everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
Your test came back positive yesterday. That's not good.
Raid Wiper.
Are you one of those people that don't have symptoms when you get it, or do you have symptoms?
Yeah. Vitamins and nice homemade soup.
Wow.
Try just get that immune system going and fight it off. I've been sick as heck. That sucks. Sorry to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. This is.
And play some Wurm if you can. Get your mind off of it.
Yeah, I know. Get your mind off of it. Exactly.
All right, Drogos. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep. See you, Drogos. Get this.
So, you lost your sense of taste in 20 minutes. Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Definitely keep yourself safe.
Mm-hmm.
That just can't be fun.
I mean, it's getting closer to us too. Like, my wife's school has a couple cases now, and
Oh, really?
yeah, and it's kind of crazy what they do. They just send that class home, and they just keep carrying on,
Wow.
like nothing happened. I know. It's like, I guess what can you do? I suppose.
Close off the building?
Yeah,
Clean
they
it?
could, but if they did that, then all the schools will be closed. Because I'd say a large portion of the schools already have had.
Can they do that safely? I guess that's the question.
Right.
So you had a cookie,
Yeah.
and you said that was really good. Then you had some soup, and you thought it was bland. Then you had a Mountain Dew, and you're like, you can't even taste that thing at all. Wow.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
That's a strange side effect. That's can't be good.
Mm-hmm.
That can't be good.
Well, hopefully everything goes back to normal and that you get better soon.
Yeah. That magical 2 weeks. I don't think it's actually 2 weeks though. But hopefully you'll get better in a few weeks. Yeah, I'm glad you're able to share your experience. Like, can you even remember where you might have gotten it?
Yeah, the whole contact tracing thing is like hard. Like, I'm just trying to think, like, how would you know? Like, it could be that you just passed by somebody who sneezed and you walked through the cloud of their air, right? Like, you would never know. Although I guess nowadays, every time that you see somebody sneeze, that sort of triggers.
Oh man, wonder
It's
how
not
long
like
that's
an
gonna last with the
inconspicuous
world.
event anymore. I know. It's like somebody sneezes and it's almost as if somebody shot a
Yeah.
gun.
Ah, you work at a hospital. There you go.
Oh, okay. Well, wow.
So that's exactly where you got it. That's crazy.
Our Finland's been fine so far, but it's because we don't talk to anyone. And before COVID, we kept social distance normally.
Well, there you go.
Prevent anybody
Just-
from saying hey to someone accidentally.
You get more time in Wurm. Yeah.
Oh boy, it's like completely opposite over here. Everybody like in Canada, it's like not uncommon to hug people that you've just met for the first time.
Oh man. Well, there's supposed to be some vaccines coming down the pipeline, so you never know. Sometime next year, we're hoping.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's definitely been hard here for social things. Anyway, yeah, let's go
If
on
you're-
because
If you're looking at what I'm doing, it's not potentially might not even be. Let me do that again. Anything different than maybe what you do. But what I'm actually doing here. So I'm staying a little cognizant about my COC casts. So if you remember, my needle and the leather knife has the highest cast,
Right,
and my
but
awl has a lower cast. Same with
this. Everybody listen to this tip because this tip is going to increase your skill gain.
So my awl and
by a
my mallet have a slightly lower cast, and then my leather has no cast. So what I'm actually doing here is, I mean, if I can, because I have a lot, I'll use leather first. So if I have like something that needs to imp to leather, I'll try to get that out of the way in my first imp before, and then in my second or third one, I'll see if I have too many mallets or awls that I need to imp, and then I keep for the very last two at least. I will be imping my like a needle or a leather knife item. Then this is to just simply maximize the amount of skill gain, because you get more skill gain when you have less stamina And if I get a skill tick with an item that has a higher COC, I will hopefully maximize the amount of skill gain that I get. Now, Adam can correct me if I'm wrong here. Or if I said something out of line.
It's not that you said something out of line. It's that I'm not sure if you explained it to the point where people could understand exactly why this is the way to do things. And you can actually drastically increase your skill gain per hour here using this strategy. It's quite effective. And it has to do with the fact, and you said it this way, you said when your stamina is lower, you get more skill gain. But the actual reason is because the action timer is longer. Like everybody kind of should have noticed that the longer your action timer is for a given action, the more skill gain you're going to get. And that's like some mechanism that they put into the game so that it might encourage you to use longer action timers. Wait, why? I need more water. What the? Oh, that's weird. Okay, anyway. So what you can do is, if you have tools that have Circle of Cunning on them, if you queue up those ones last, then you're going to get a higher skill gain because, you get a percentage increase on how much skill gain you have. And if those last actions have like a longer skill timer, then that percentage increase is going to be that much more. And you use your stuff that doesn't have COC on it first because those will have the shortest action timers, and therefore, you're not going to get, you won't. If you used your high COC tools on those ones, you're not going to get that much more of an increase on skill because your skill tick is going to be smaller, right? So, okay, Wolfmare, you do it differently. You sort by tool, so it's easier to pick the items.
So you'd have to just keep sorting by tool every time, after every single time you do your actions.
That's actually not a bad strategy because it makes it easier to find
in the past. It's just the extra steps I just end up not doing, I must say. Donut Kebab, here's a great question for Adam. But isn't all of this proportional? And what would your response be to that?
It is proportional, but the thing is that let's say we did it the other way around. Let's say we used all of our COC tools on the short action timers and then the non-COC tools on the long action timers. Okay, then what would happen is that you would get a percentage increase on the short action timers, which would be smaller skill gain. Let's say you get 0.1 and then you have a 50 COC, so now you're getting 0.15, right? And then on the longer action timers, let's say you're going to get 0.2 on the longer action timers because you double the timer, so it doubles the skill gain, right? But then you don't use a COC on that, then you won't get a skill tick. Like you'll get 0.2 there. If you did it the other way around, so you use the non-COC tool on the 0.1, you'll keep getting 0.1 there, and then you use your 50% increase, like the 50 COC on the 2.2. That's going to increase it by, what's 50% of 0.2 is 0.1, so you get an extra, you get 0.3 on that skill gain, right? So altogether, the second way would give you 0.4, and the first way would give you 0.35. Okay, so that extra little bit adds up over the long run.
Yeah, now do that for 5 hours.
Right, and you do that for, if you do that every single time for each cycle, and you're doing this, for 5 hours, it really can add up to just the order that you're choosing to do it in can increase your skill gain by whatever that is, I don't know. It could be an extra 20% or an extra whatever it is.
It's just a nice thing to think about if you are planning on doing imping sessions like this anyway.
Yeah. I mean, there's times where I look at my items and all of them are tools that I have COC tools on. So I'll just do a full queue, right? Because there comes a point where all of the leather actions are gone. You just did them all, and they've all turned to mallet actions and whatever else. What is it? Leather knife actions. And in those situations, you can just queue up all your leather knife actions and get better skill gain overall. But every so often, those leather ones start adding up, and all of them are asking for leather now. And so in those situations, you want to just the first couple actions, do the leather actions, and then see if you can do the later ones with your COC tools, and it definitely makes a big difference.
Yeah, so if you're wanting to organize by the imp action item or tool, imp action tool, you would just click this button here. I'm not sure why that's an I. Maybe that's for item. And now
is it good to have high quality COC tools and low quality in high COC? Okay, so yes, Amethyst, this is where it gets confusing to a new player, because you'll hear everywhere like use low quality with high COC, but this is that strategy is only for gathering, like mining and that sort of stuff. For imping, you want to have high quality tools with high COC, and the reason is because you want to increase your chances to succeed the imp. So higher the quality, the better, because when you succeed on an imp, you have a higher chance at getting a skill tick. You can get a skill tick when you fail, but it's definitely less likely that you're going to get a skill tick on a fail.
Yeah, then you run into the situation you're seeing me run into, where most of my items now have reverted to my low items, and I've got to get rid of them.
Items,
low quality items, low COC items. So I just got to kind of get rid of as many as I can.
And Donut Kebab, you're saying, yeah, the order makes a lot of sense for sure. I meant the duration to skill gain is proportional. Okay, so the action timer to skill gain is proportional, yes. But actually the amount of skill gains is limited. So make them as big as possible, right? Yeah. So yes, and you're right, there is a limit. And I think that limit is 30-second action timers. So anything above 30 seconds will not give you any additional skill gain proportionally. But up to 30 seconds will. But yeah, the strategy we're focusing on here is make sure that those higher times, the higher action timers, you're using your high COC tools there. And the lower action timers, use the non-COC tools.
Yeah, and Northleys, you're right.
Yeah.
The most important
do it in a way
factor,
that makes you actually do it.
Yeah, just have fun with it. Just make sure that you are actually enjoying doing it, because
which is why
move to something else.
Which is why I don't see myself ever using the sweet spot imping method, because I feel like I wouldn't be able to keep it up.
Yeah, if it's not as enjoyable, don't do it.
Like I'll turn on a show and I can do this type of imping where I'm queuing up 5 actions and watch the show without worrying too much. Like if I'm idle for 10 seconds, like I'm not too worried, because for the next 3 minutes I'm going to be completely going. Yeah, I think that the queuing is just more relaxed.
And thanks so much, Raid Wiper, for stopping by.
Yep. See you later, Raid.
Hopefully you feel better soon, and that your taste buds get back to normal.
Totally.
So there was a few weeks ago, maybe it was actually a month and a half ago, that I was away on vacation. You did a stream, and you did a good stream. I watched some of it, and I've been watching some of them on YouTube to figure out what you were saying, what you were doing. You did some cooking, I believe, or you're showing a bunch of stuff, which was really cool. And you had one recently that came out,
right?
That where it was somebody asked a question, or was it even a question? Maybe somebody said they should raise the skill cap to 25
for free players.
For free players.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden a debate ensued, where your response was they should not raise the skill cap to 25, but if Brian was here, he'd be on your side in saying that you should raise the level cap to 25.
I did say that, yeah.
And
my feeling was that I think that you've always been an advocate for removing some restrictions for free-to-play players. I kind of remember they allowed people to ride, like free-to-play players to ride cows at some point, and I think that was something that you were well in favor for.
Yeah, I had mentioned how is someone supposed to get a taste for riding an animal if they cannot ride an animal?
Right.
And so cows came in.
Yeah,
you can ride cows,
now
everybody.
ride a cow.
And so I didn't have time. I didn't have a voice in that debate. So I thought, I was listening to it, and I was listening to what you were saying, your response to it. Do you remember what your response to this? And everybody here, join in this conversation. Would you raise the level cap for free players to 25? If yes or no, why would you say that? And Amethyst is saying, I believe 25 could be better, even if it gives more things to free to play can do, but it might get more free to plays to stay and have a chance they get better into Wurm and end up buying premium. So what was your response? Was no, you didn't want that. Why did you say that? Do you remember why you said no?
Yeah, I do remember why I said no. I don't think it's like a matter of... Here's my problem. Okay, so the person was specifically referring to characteristics, right? I don't think that they were arguing that they should have their leatherworking go up to 25 and that their blacksmithing should be able to go up to 25. I think they were more like specifically talking about like body control and mind logic, so that they can do things like ride horses and, you know, drive their wagons and boats and be able to load carts and those sorts of things. And so my response was that if you do allow that, then all of a sudden you pretty much unlock almost everything that there is that characteristics unlock for you, right? Like, I mean, aside from maybe riding a hell horse or something like that, there's like a few select, like ridiculously niche things that you can unlock later. But for the most part, like, what are the things that characteristics unlock for you, right? Like, okay, and maybe the other thing maybe is like the action queue for mind logic. But you can ride a boat, like you can now drive a wagon and a cart and ride a horse and load your stuff into all of said things. What else is left to unlock?
All sorts of boats that you can ride and the wagons to ride. And...
Okay, maybe, but you can still ride a wagon at 25. I think, like, we can drive wagons, and
that's true.
Although actually we're I don't know what is the requirement for riding a wagon.
Let's find out.
Anyway, my point is that once you let them have like a free to play player have 25 skill gain, 25 characteristics rather, there isn't that much incentive left for that person to pay for premium,
so you
because they can now
21 mind logic and 23 body strength.
Right. Yeah, so now you can basically do all the things that you would have wanted to do that would encourage you to buy premium. So that was what my argument was.
Yeah, destroying items. Did you say that one? Destroying items, destroying pavement, bashing, all that stuff. Bashing. And Wormaholic, you're saying that it was you wanting to buy to deed land made you want a premium.
You can actually deed land as a non-premium currently. So yeah, so I think that like you can make a deed. I'm not sure if there's any restrictions on that either.
Unless you were referring to before they made that change.
Right, they did. Yeah, that was a change they made. But that was a change they made a long time ago. When was that? When they added the deed stakes. That was like a long time ago.
Yeah, I think there are some restrictions. So you're saying Northlees, you're saying the restriction is that you can't invite villagers to your deed. You can have a deed.
I didn't know that.
You can't invite villagers to the deed. And so you're naming all these things that you earn between 20 and 25 like skill.
Mm-hmm.
You know, including more that we might not even be remembering. So what was your point? Like, isn't that a good thing?
Right. It's that if a free-to-play player has all these things available to them, then what incentive is there to having them unlock premium. Like, let's say they get to 25 and they've been playing free to play for a while. It's like, paying premium now gives them what? Like, the only thing that I can see now is that it allows them to increase all their other skills above 25, but there's no milestones. There's no thing that they can say, I'm working towards getting this. Like, I'm working towards riding a horse, or I'm working towards... There's none of that anymore to incentivize paying premium.
So what do you guys think in the chat? Do you agree with Adam? You should keep all of these items locked behind the paywall to incentivize the players to pay for premium.
Yeah, got you in the middle. You were on Brian's side, and now you're on my side. You're not sure which side.
So there's Adam's point, right? So far.
Yep. Okay, so that was my response in that video clip that's on YouTube.
And
on our YouTube channel.
You still take that side right now, and don't
right.
And this is just based on your knowledge. Before I say anything.
Right. And if we're gonna say on my knowledge before you said anything to me yesterday, because this was something that you brought up to me, and we chatted about this for a little bit, so I kind of know your position now. But let them get a 29.
20.99999.
Again, I really think that the guy who came onto the stream and was like asking for it, he literally, what he wanted was to be able to do everything. Like, he was like, just let
wanted to do more.
Players.
I don't know if it's everything, but
not everything.
He didn't want everything because he did say 25. He wanted everything that you can do up to 25.
So he wanted, which is like
which is a lot of
something. Stuff. Yeah, I can't think. Can you think of one thing?
He can't make large crates. He can't make higher end items like this sort of thing. Yes, right.
Large crates. Okay, yeah. The fine carpentry stuff that's at the high end that they added. Yes. What else?
And more sort of things. He can't kill higher level mobs because his fighting skill will cap at 25.
Okay.
He'll be reliant on people creating any kind of gear higher than level 25.
True.
I mean, these sort of things. Now,
okay.
I mean, all of that's true, but that's not actually what my point would be. And so here's my point. So when I was listening to this conversation that Adam was having on YouTube, and he brought up the point, like the same question. He said, like, what else is there for players to unlock? And I believe your word was like, between level 50 and 100, what is there to unlock? Like, all you can do is just level up your skills. You unlock based on the skill level. That's it. There's no milestones, as you call it.
There's no more milestones, right?
And then I thought, why isn't anybody bringing up a red flag to that statement? Like, imagine what he just said. He just said, there's no more milestones in Wurm.
Like, there's very few milestones, but yeah, there's like, barely any more big milestones.
Like, your whole point is, we're gonna give away 25. Well, that's like the whole game. That's all of our milestones. And I'm thinking, like, that's not good. like what? At 25, we've given away everything. There's nothing else to progress that you're basically stating, let's not give this away, because if we give away 25, man, they're gonna find out that there's nothing else left for them to do. like what?
Your point yesterday to me was that, like, if let's say somebody came to you and said, hey, like, I found this new game, it's amazing, but the thing is that you can get to level 100, but once you hit level 25, there's nothing more to gain.
Like, and that's the point. The point is, let's not give away everything, because after 25, they're not going to want a premium. I'm like, well, that's not that. This is not a point to raising to 25. This is a point to maybe there's something wrong with the progress to Wurm Online. If we are literally saying, oh, we're giving away too much at 25.
Right.
maybe the devs need to look at the game and go, man, like, we really need to space out some stuff through the levels so that there are still things to earn after that milestone, and that people will still want to play because there's still so much for them to do.
Oh my god.
Oh, kids. So does this game need, maybe the real question here is, does this game need more milestones or more things to progress towards that would lure people in? It's almost like saying, yeah, come play this game, like an old style MMO. Oh, but once you reach level 25, there's not really, like, you can't earn any more skills.
We're exaggerating a little bit because
it's exaggerating.
You're right,
bit.
Because there are things that we as players know the value of having high skills. So, we're working on our skills right now, and you're at 85, and you're still trying to work it up to 90.
So the point isn't that we know that there's more things to work towards. The point is that we're so reluctant to give players more to do because we feel like if we do that, they're not going to want to stay for the rest of the game.
Right.
But that shouldn't be the point. The point should be that, okay, we know that there's a problem. We know that the players are leaving. Maybe if we gave them more to show them a little more of what they could do, they could ride carts, and they can ride horses, and they can do this stuff that is fun, that they'll now want to play the game more. They'll be invested more. But then what you're saying to counter that, you're saying, oh, but then there's nothing else for them to earn.
Right. What you're saying, I think, is that what you want to give the players at a free-to-play level, what you want to give them is the experience of working towards a milestone, such as 21 body control, right? Because what that does is it gets them invested in that process of grinding up their skills. Like, getting them to 20, like, there really isn't all that much to invest. Like, there's no, like, if I just got to 20, then I'll be able to do that thing. So there's no real, like, push for that free-to-play player to get their skills to 20, right? So what you're suggesting is give them that, at least that experience of, like, I need to get my skill there just so that I can do this. And then they just have to work through that and invest their time to do that. And once you have them invested, like, once they invested that time and felt that payoff, and now they can ride the horse, and it's like such a great experience, that might be the thing that keeps them playing
or wanting to invest in the game.
And wanting to invest, yeah.
And so,
like, how many people have you heard say, I don't want to move to the new servers because I've invested all of that time on the old servers? Like, it keeps them playing on the old servers despite all this new fun stuff that can happen on the new. Like, they're just invested. What you want to do is get those free-to-play players invested. And I think that
I'm going to let this comment go through. Wurm Online.
Sure. That's funny. Because that's funny, yeah. Totally.
Do we have sex on a first date, or do we wait till marriage? I don't know about you. No. But that brings up a good point. Like, how much stuff do you give them to want the rest of it? What we're saying, what we're saying here is, there's Joe 70. There's biking Adam. You love those.
I love those, like, the mustache.
But here's the thing. As a player, we know that there's more to this game.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We know there's more to this game than the stuff that you earn up to level 25, but it's the stuff up to 25 that seems the really interesting stuff in front of your face.
Right.
So, what could the game do to show players more of the goals that they could earn if they were, if they just premiumed, if they just got that higher level? What are those exciting things that they could add to the game or that are already in the game that makes it such change our perception of this? Because right now, our perception as players is, oh, we can't give them this stuff. This is like the meat and potatoes of the game. Why would we give them this? It's like that shouldn't be it. There should be more stuff. That
this is where I think that the devs get stuck, right? Because the problem is that you can't just now start spreading them out. Like you can't like say now, like sure you can ride a Caravel at 24, but we need to spread it out. So now we're gonna switch that to 40.
You can't spread it out. You can't spread that out.
You can't. Right.
That's
so
not
the only
the solution.
solution now, right? The only solution now is to add things, right? Like to add extra things. But the problem is the game has been developed for so long that so many things have already been added to the game that what are you going to do? Like add another boat that's like a new type of boat, or like add a new, maybe they could do that, but
it's like fleshing out the game, giving it more depth. It's not
actually, you know what? I mean, now that I say that, I said it sarcastically, but now that I actually think adding a new boat might actually be a good thing. like, wait a minute, yeah, you could add a new boat. You could make a boat that goes faster, that holds more cargo, that whatever, and like add a trading ship or something and make it more beneficial to have, but it requires 40 or whatever. Like,
well, I'll tell you this. Okay, what do games normally do? Game's been out for a while.
They make a new expansion or something.
Make a new expansion. What does that expansion contain? For, like, obviously more content, but for the players themselves, what are the objectives for that player?
Yeah, usually it involves more progression. So, like, your skills are up at the top, and all of a sudden the new expansion comes out, and now your skills are no longer at the top, and you have to continue, like, grinding to get back to the top, and that new top has more stuff.
That's not always what happens, so it's not always just more content. I mean, it's more content, but it's not always just, like, raise everything up, give more things. I mean, that's one solution that people do, but that's not the only thing that people do. There's something called horizontal progression that happens.
Right, you're right.
Like lots of games do. That's what I think Wurm could really benefit from.
Right. We had this discussion a long time ago about how Wurm is a lot of horizontal progression. There's just a lot of it, and that's what makes this game so good.
And dude,
like, what do you mean by
how you doing? Diagonal walls and fences. There's one.
Right. And tugboats, yeah. Different type of boats would be cool. I honestly, I said it like as if in a sarcastic sort of like, what are they gonna do? Add more boats or something? It's like, wait a minute.
We can go back and see that light turn on in Adam's head.
Like glass making. Yeah, these are all like, yeah, okay, so why don't you explain what horizontal progression is? Because I think that might sort of set the tone for suggestions related to this horizontal progression.
I mean, we're looking at, let's say, our skills, and we're saying, what could we give them on top of this? But really, what games end up doing is they look at the skills, they look at all the content that they have, and they go, okay, well, this is already pretty good. This is like, but let's not touch this. Let's create a brand new type of progression that you can earn, and then we will lay out a bunch of milestones for this progression that you can earn. And now it becomes another part of the game that you can earn on top of the regular side. So because of that, you can say, well, this brand new progression system over here, whatever it is, that's the premium.
Right.
This is something that you can unlock. But all of this over here, this stuff that's been in the game for 5-10 years, go at it as a free player. Have fun.
Okay. So like a good example of this is like meditation. Meditation is a great example of a horizontal progression where you're normally just playing the game, doing all the regular things, and wait, look over here, there's something completely different that a player could start that can progress your character in a different way than skilling up blacksmithing, let's say, that gives you perks and has different milestones to hit and all sorts of things. So what you're suggesting is add something like this that progresses your character, that's in an alternate way, but make that the paywall, like that, make that the thing that free-to-play players don't have access to, and to access it you need premium.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of different, there could be tons of different types of systems like this that could make a lot of sense for Wurm to do. One of them that I was saying maybe a month or two ago was having that profession enhancement system. That could be like a something that's gets into the game.
You gotta stop changing the name of it because people might not know what you're talking about.
I don't know what to call it, but whatever.
You had called it the mastery system, and
the mastery system.
Whether or not that's a good name or not, that was what you called it. And I still feel like that's not the best system. Name. Right, village progression system. That's something that
milestones to unlock within your village. It could be premium only.
Could be progress. Yeah, like I think that what we're trying to like hit here is not like, we definitely want to see like those individual skills, like glassmaking somebody mentioned, or like definitely add these sorts of things, add the individual skills, but we're hoping to see something added that is more pervasive, like one system added that hits all of the current skills, that hits all of the current things that people do already. Like a village progression system would work because everybody makes a village or is part of a village. Everybody's trying to build that village up to the best of their ability. Add a system that goes on top of that will enhance that progression, that has milestones for people to hit, that are clear cut and give rewards and benefits. And it's now affecting everybody, not just the people who, like, for example, archaeology, while that's a great addition to the game, it only hits a very small portion of the population who are interested in that type of gameplay. But if you add a system that hits a game feature that everybody's already engaged in, then it adds a progression for everybody to go through. Yeah.
And there you go, like costumation options. Serene. Yeah, that's true. That could be that could be part of some sort of next system that requires a premium option to have.
Don't just add more clothing types and just say anybody can make these clothing types. Make it a progression that makes it so that as you get higher in skill, the clothing customizability gets better and unlocks, and so that you have milestones.
Yeah, right, Cats? Village progression system would be awesome, and then you add on top of that like an alliance progression system that could be used. All of a sudden, you have all these milestones that you could lay out that a village and an alliance can work towards in collaboration together.
Right.
And that's and then you say, well, to do that, you could be like a premium user would be required to start that whole system, or that could get more benefit from.
Right.
And then it becomes something that you could use as a premium incentive.
Totally.
Or incentive to become premium.
If the game had these types of things, like premium only incentives that are like high, I would be totally okay with increasing the characteristic skills for free to play.
And that's what I'm saying.
Now.
We know that there's a problem. We know that it's kind of broken. Players are leaving, so forth. And if we feel like maybe it's because they're not into the game as much, or they get into the game and they're like, well, I can't really see myself playing because I don't really know what's on this other side of the premium options, or they don't make it to that point. Like, imagine if you come back to the game, or you're playing this game and you see people riding a horse and you see people riding carts and you can't do any of that.
Or even start working towards it.
You can't even start working towards it. And if you feel, I mean, it's possible that you could provide them the option to play more, that they will finally understand why we all play it, giving them the best chance. And this goes to my next point, because for some reason this also came up based on this conversation. Okay. So then somebody asked in the previous video, why do we need players? Why do we need free players in this game to begin with? If they're not, let's say we want to give a free player the ability to play and fully enjoy the game up to without paying a single penny. We don't need those. And then the answer was like, we don't need those players. Those players aren't going to play premium, so they're not going to invest money into this game. And I don't know, for some reason I just cringed, because I'm the complete opposite. We need free players in this game to feel like they're contributing to this game and feel like that their progression matters. Right. They can play this game. This game should not be like a free trial. It should be the free to play that they advertise it as. It shouldn't be a free unlimited trial. It should be, if you want to play as a free player, by all means, play as a free player and enjoy the experience that you have here with the restrictions that you have. And there's totally reasons for this, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I totally agree with this, because I have played other games where there is that sort of like system in place where there's the paying players and there's the free players, but the free players actually can play for free legitimately and contribute to the progression of the entire group. It's a multiplayer game, with the paying players being like the people who are leading the group, but the free-to-play players are contributing. And it works out really nicely. And I think that this would work really well in a game like Wurm, because it would fill in like if you have people who are playing for free and they can legitimately play for free, then they will fill out the population. You'll have these paying players who have the high skills and everything like that. You have the free players who can still contribute. And that could potentially create an economy that is vibrant and a just, we've always said that the economy in this game isn't broken. It just needs more people. I don't know if that's where you were going with it, but yeah.
So Serene saying, if you had no free play option, people who are premium players for a while could also not go on a Wurm break, still caring for their deeds and coming back to premium later. So more people would quit instead of pausing the playing. That's true. That's true. If there was no way to stop your premium for a while but allow you to keep logging in to maintain your deed, people would quit. I mean, this was something that we had talked about a while ago. I can't remember how many years ago, where we took a break and we came back and we were trying to say how hard it was to get back into the game, because our skill levels were below 20. Our characters literally couldn't move because we were carrying too much stuff for a free player. And we didn't want to drop the stuff. And we couldn't unload.
You don't want to drop the stuff. Yeah.
Because all of it's like fairly valuable. So you're trying to get back into the game, but it's like almost impossible to get back into the game when you can't move. Like when you log in.
And it makes you want to just turn it off and not come back,
And the dev's response to that at the time was to say, okay, well, let's think of some sort of solution for this. Does anybody know what solution was put into place because of that?
Right. And this was in direct response to our suggestion. I remember, it was like literally we made that suggestion, and at the time there was devs would watch our show, and it was like a week later, not even, got put into the game.
Made sense.
I mean, it totally made sense.
They essentially allowed some of the characteristics. If you earned these characteristics, then they raised the level cap for a free player for those characteristics as long as you earned them beforehand.
While being premium.
Premium. So obviously, because you can't earn them
you earn
not being.
Right. You earn the characteristics above 20, and then if your character loses premium, then those characteristics will stay up to a maximum of 30. So it allows you to carry more. It'll allow you to ride your horses and boats and things like that you would have earned earlier. And I think this was a really positive change. It was very well received. And, you know,
it was
I think
good
that people
agreed
that it was good. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good to get players to come back. Oh, damn it, this one that took time. One fish keep net done.
It does take time. Fish keep nets are hard. So imp that one up, get your skill up a little bit, then go and try to make another one, and burn the first one down. And you know, with a higher skill, it does go faster to make them. I think I started with 2 or 3 at the beginning. I imped those up, and then I kept adding to them as my skill was going up, and it was easier to make them.
But you're right. It's about Wurm. A lot of Wurm is about the economy. You want that economy to be feeling like there's people buying and selling, and there's people working, and that sort of thing. New players are the people that want to earn those few silvers. Veteran players are the ones that need to find players to give them a few silvers. Or you need that
for their services.
You need that sort of balance. And if you don't give those free players enough to stick around, they're not going to, and then therefore that whole section of the economy just kind of dies. Right. Leaving the veteran players sitting there with money and nobody to give money to.
I'm gonna have to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Yeah. That's a simplistic way of saying it, but that was actually something that ended up happening a little bit, was the way that they switched traders. I'm not sure if I want to go into that, but they switched traders. They made it so traders don't provide money to people, and people were like on board. Let's get rid of the money that people earn from traders, because those people are making too much money. But the fact of the matter is that change almost pretty much killed the amount of money in the game for veterans to be like, okay, I need a new player to come here and do something for me. I'll give them a silver. I'll give them 2 silvers. You know, there's, as money kind of dwindled from the game, you had less and less veterans or less players being able to afford giving money to new players, thus crippling the economy because of that change. And it was sort of an unintended side effect to fixing a problem that change seemed to have.
But if I can counter that with the fact that they did at the same time add the feature of, you know, gaining rare coins by foraging and botanizing, and their rationale at the time was, the rationale was that they're going to spread the wealth to the low end. Like in the old system, way back when traders would pump out 20, 30 silver a month, you'd have these few people who had all the money, and the way that money got distributed was that those few people would buy stuff from the rest of the population, and the money spread from top down. And they're at the Wurm dev team at the time thought, like, if they can flip that around so that those top people who are collecting all the money, they can't no longer get all the money, so they nerf traders down to make it so they only giving two silver a month, and then take all that excess silver and put it at the bottom up, so make it so that you can get it by foraging and botanizing and killing creatures and all these like other things and selling to the token. And now the money's coming from the bottom right into the hands of those people who gonna go buy stuff. I don't know.
what was the side effect to that?
I mean, there was a big side effect, and that was like I remember way back in the day, there were way more events and things being held where top-end players would freely give away money. Like Gumbo's Deal or No Deal comes to mind. Which was a really fun event.
Not just that, just everyday things that now maybe no longer happen as much as they used to. Like we remember coming into this game and going to somebody and he gave us a silver for digging a hole. Does that happen anymore? It wasn't even a big hole. It was like 30 slope maybe.
Yeah, maybe 40
It was
slope,
very small. This guy was...
You're right. There's a possibility that there's less of that happening. Right.
So let's say that you're right. So they put in... there's still a way for us to earn money, which is great, by killing things or foraging and that sort of thing. So players still get the money. But what it actually unintendedly did...
Yeah, it's the other way around. Sorry. It's not that people aren't selling their labor for very cheap now. It's that people aren't willing to pay good coin for cheap labor.
Yeah.
Right? Like when we first started, it was common for veteran players to literally hand out silver to newbie players for doing things that veteran player could do on their own. They're like, I totally can dig that hole myself in like 10 minutes, but I'm going to pay these guys over here a silver to dig this hole just because I want to see these new players dig a hole, you know, like
they had excess amount of money to not care.
They had so much excess. Yeah, they didn't care about that 1 silver because they got that 1 silver in from their trader that gave them 20 silver this month, and it's like 1 silver, whatever. And money would be exchanging hands in this way.
What happened is that, let's say, same amount of money's in the game, and that new players are able to get it on their own. All you've done now is removed the need for people to communicate with each other, the need for people to need each other. You just basically removed the whole MMO part of the MMO with that change. Not the whole MMO, but for that particular outcome, it was a side effect that happened based on that change. Was now new players be like, I don't need you. I can earn that myself by selling things to the tokens and by foraging and by digging. Like I'll just do this stuff that I do by myself. I don't need to interact with you, veteran player, to do that anymore. That's basically what happened as a side effect.
Before the strategy was to like for a new player to get money would be to like find a high level person who has lots of money and just stick around.
Join a village. That was the
join a village. Join a village. Right. Meet people. Get to know them because those people would have all this excess money that they got for free, basically. But you know, like the argument I think is that model as a business model, long term, probably wasn't panning out. You know, it made it so that there was a lot less purchasing of silver in the stores, and all that.
Was saying that there are unintended side effects to changes because I'm sure that change needed to happen. I'm sure they needed to remove the traders from giving money, but because of that, there was an effect to the game that people don't often see because now we don't remember what it was like back in 2012 or whatever. And Love Actually, let's see what you have to say. So what if they didn't have a skill level cap on free-to-play players? So you can level your skill as high as you want, just some stuff is locked behind the premium wall. So you can level to 50, but you still couldn't ride the horse or make ships and stuff like that. So there'd be certain features just completely locked behind the paywall, but it was not linked to your skill level. So they just picked a handful of features.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that would defeat the purpose of what we're suggesting here, and that is what you want to do is give those free-to-play players that experience of working towards something and then achieving it. Like everybody remembers their first time being able to ride a horse, right? Like, because it takes so much effort as a new player to get your body control up to 21. And then the moment you get it there and you're like, yes, I can ride a horse, and you get on that horse and it's like that experience locks you in. Like it gives you that sense of accomplishment that this game gives you all along the way, and that's what gets you invested in the game. Like if you got rid of the riding the horse, but you can now get to 21 body control, it's like it wouldn't give you that sense of accomplishment. It might even do the opposite.
Yeah, it's the series of progression milestones that really solidify you into this game. That you need to give the free player enough of those to really want to stick around. And that balance could definitely use some tinkering. Yeah, that's, I mean, for sure. And I guess just to end that conversation, they need to do that in a way that gives free players more stuff to progress, but then also give current players more things to progress towards. Because if you know that these milestones are the things that really solidify you into this game, maybe that's where the development team should be focused on. Let's give us players more milestones for us to achieve, whatever they are. And let's hope that happens. I'd love that. I'd love to see more things to achieve. Oh, use my first leather. So at this point, I have earned 86 leatherworking. Nice. And got a total of 0.289 skill.
Nice.
So I think
I have gotten a total of 1.2 skill in rope making. That brings me now to 59.3.
Oh, you're getting there.
I'm getting close.
Thanks, Cass.
Yeah, and that wasn't that long of a... How long was that? That might have been an hour, right? Maybe
yeah.
A bit more than an hour.
Maybe a bit more. Actually, no, not even an hour.
Not even an hour, okay.
Maybe more. My sleep bonus is still at 3 hours and 22 minutes, but that's probably because of my CCFP.
Yeah, CCFP will reduce the amount of sleep bonus used, for sure.
Ooh, thank you, that bot.
Yeah. What the heck? God, I always have such a hard time.
I got it.
You got it? Okay. It's like your face just isn't clean. It's like you gotta click this and you gotta click that, and then there's like a little thing that you click here that brings up the options. It's like,
yeah, you click the person's name and then
I see that now. Yeah, click the person's name. And then what do you do after that? You gotta click the 3 dots.
No, there's a report button there.
For me, it's in the 3 dots.
Okay.
Click the person's name, then I gotta click the 3 dots.
Okay, so at this point, let's go back to what Adam wanted to do. So we are in the process of wanting to build Adam's house over here on this level. I had nicely flattened it. It was perfect. Ready for building.
Perfect.
Perfect. Ready for building his house. And Adam came by and said, you know what I need? I want the exact perfect level. So when you build a bridge from this level to the house, that it will be perfectly flat. Adam's moving into his own shack.
See, Brian here moved into his own shack, right? That little cottage that he's in, that building thing, and I've been relegated to the workshop, which is... Anyway, yes, I get my own shack.
So here's Adam. He wanted to walk from this tile onto a bridge that was perfectly flat onto his house. And we know that a second level, if you were to build 2 levels up, that would be exactly 63 slope. and it was not 63 slope. I believe that down there was like 50 something slope.
54?
54.
Maybe?
So therefore, the bridge would be slightly going up if we built it. And so Adam said, I can't have that. I need it perfectly flat. So he started digging these tiles down, only to realize that he hit rock right in these points. And now he's like, okay, now I have to choose. Do I get a slightly sloped bridge, or do we dig down like all of these tiles all the way up here? This whole thing has to be dug down.
Right.
Hit the rock.
We need to
put everything back up.
Yeah.
And of course, knowing that would take hours and hours and hours to do, and then Adam said, "Yep, that's what I'm doing. Let's dig everything down." And so we're gonna go from a bridge that he wants a bridge exactly like this slope, instead of this. So it would have been this.
I just can imagine what you're doing. I can't see it, but you're probably doing something like, it was gonna be like this, and now we want it to be like that, and that's gonna just take hours of work, and it would just like so that it's not.
And that's what we're gonna do now. So let's do that.
But you know, even if it's like too slow, that you can see that too slow. You know, like you'll notice.
He's gonna be inspecting it, be like, oh,
if Drogos was here, he would agree with me. He would agree with me.
I think you are here. Are you still here, Drogos?
I think he had to go do some chores, but again, if he was here, he would know exactly what I was saying. I know exactly, Casper. It would annoy and Northless. Thanks. Yeah, it's like it's gonna take a couple hours for sure of work, but it will pay off. It definitely will pay off. I've already done a bunch of the work. Like this tile here. Actually, that should be. That's. How's that not rock? I'm pretty sure.
No, it is rock. I'm leveling.
Oh, okay. You're leveling. I see.
Which means I gotta drop this dirt.
You're gonna level
as a pile.
But there's like 2 reasons why I think that we shouldn't level. The first one is
skill. That's really the only reason here.
Nope. There is one more reason.
There's another reason.
There is a chance at getting an emerald or a rare bone when you do regular digging. But when you level, there's no chance.
Did you ever make shovels that had COC on them?
Oh.
Because if you did, then
Did I make shovels?
Then I would.
Wait, COC or WOA?
COC.
I don't think I made COC shovels. What quality is your shovel?
40.
Okay, so I think there might be a higher quality shovel, but I don't think I made. Yeah, leveling doesn't give you those. It's definitely a better. It's better to just dig regularly.
No, it's true. Adam would go crazy if he had to look at like a one slope.
Yeah,
difference.
Hey, Drogos, yes.
Whereas, like, I would just build it, not say anything. No one would even comment, and no one would ever notice because I didn't point it out to them.
Yeah. And Wolfmare, it's not even going to be a few days' work. It's going to be like, we'll get it done, I think, here. Pretty sure.
But of course,
yeah,
we're in Wurm. Let's make things perfect.
Yep.
Now,
there's been so many times that we've done this where it's like spend hours just to get that slope just exactly the right way.
It's true. When are we gonna fall?
We might need to climb for a little bit, yeah. Or we could level for the few slope that it needs to be so that we don't fall. But let's see, it's actually going to be pretty close. So I got 10 more. Yeah, I don't actually. We might not even need to
fall down. Yeah,
fall down.
It's only really close. It's only 63. That's enough for 2 tiles to almost not
this one
slide.
We're gonna slide really. In another. Let's see. 8 slope, so then we'll be at 30 slope at the bottom. Yeah, it's still gonna be slidey, so
there's gonna be a little slidey section.
climb for a little bit. Although I'm anticipating that we're going to hit the rock before we get there, because
You think it's
the
coming up?
slope, right? Because this place is like really sloped, underground, under the rock. So yeah, it's not. We won't have to go all the way down to the bottom.
And Wolfmare, you got a problem like this, only in a mine and the ceiling's too low, by a few dirt as the rock layer is too low. Should I clear the dirt and raise the rock layer with concrete?
Right. You know, this is all happening because on this server, the dirt layer is so shallow.
Here I
There
go.
you go. I'm sliding. And I'm not sure why the devs chose to go that route, because I know that this was an issue that they sort of, in the history of Wurm, this is how it went. The first servers ever to come out had a dirt layer that was so deep, like Independence. Think about Independence and Chaos. The dirt level is like in the hundreds. Like there's areas where it's over 300 deep slope of dirt before you get to the rock. And so, you know, they've I feel like they've acknowledged at this point that that was a little bit overboard. It's just too much dirt. Then they've made the new servers, the smaller ones like Deliverance and Celebration and those ones. And the dirt layers on those were like 40, like just much shallower. But the problem there is that you hit rocks so quickly that it's very likely you're going to need to do surface mining for any given project. So when they came out with Xanadu, they sort of like had struck a middle ground. So the dirt layer on Xanadu is like 100, 80 to 100, somewhere in there, which I felt was like perfect. It allowed the people to shape the land however they wanted, and if they really did want to get to the rock, it wasn't that deep. Like it was doable. So yeah, now they come up with these servers, and I'm not sure why they went with like some places at 30 or even less. It's like super shallow, and so you hit
really
rock
quick.
so easily, really quick. So it means that you have to do all these like crazy things here. They did that was a weird thing they did. I don't know why they did that on Xanadu, but there'd be like these weird, crazy rock spikes. You're right. I was baffled by those. Like there were areas we would clear out just completely to rock, and it would be like the rock just all of a sudden there's a 40 slope there in the rock, and then it goes right back down to the same as before. It's like these spikes. Made no sense. It is nice to have variance. It's also nice not to have to hit rock every 2 seconds.
That's true. So let's see how the Atom Cam is doing. Anyone want to pop an Atom Cam? I am curious to know if that OBS Ninja thing that we're using is still working properly.
I think it's doing pretty good. Okay, so Northless, you're saying you're still digging after 10 years on Indie and haven't hit rock yet. Like, it would be beautiful if I was able to say that. You know, like I just want to be able to terraform and never hit rock.
Thanks, guys. We got
There
2
we
minutes
go.
of Atom Cam. It looks good, yeah. Can't
But at the same
complain
time,
about
there are
that.
times where you want to hit rock, right? Like I've seen people dig down on Independence just to get to the rock so that they can open their mine. And it's like crazy ramp systems and maybe even bridges and stuff to get down there. It's a little bit crazy.
Right. So while we're digging, you had brought up a point on the forums that I guess was getting people to sort of debate. And that was the whole situation of... Actually, I'm not sure why the post was posted. Maybe you can talk a bit about that. But it brought up the debate
Wait.
of deed it or lose it.
Hold on. Before we get to that, Love Actually has a good
Oh.
question. for all the new players out there.
Yeah, this is gonna be
and even some of the
let's sit back and
this
relax.
is a good we'll get back to that other topic in a second. This one I think
all right, let me get some water as Adam starts this conversation. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take a sip of my water first too, because yes, what is the best tool? COC or COC plus WA or just BOTD? Okay, so Blessing of the Dark. So let's start just getting this out of the way, that COC plus WA is the same as Blessing of the Dark. Okay, so a 50 Blessing of the Dark acts in the exact same way as a 50 COC WA. So let's split tools up into that sort of category. And then we have to also split skills up into two separate categories. One is gathering. So this is any time that you are using an action, like a tool in an action on the environment, and that will produce an item, such as what we're doing right now, like digging. I dig in the environment and it gives me, dirt, or I chop the tree and it gives me wood, or I farm the ground, or I, mine something. Okay, so those types of skills. And Sir Hedge Knight, thank you for that subscription with your Twitch Prime. Very much appreciated.
Thanks so
and
much.
Welcome on in. Okay, so there's those types of skills, the gathering type skills. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
No, I was just saying, hey, Sir Hedge
Okay.
Knight, how are you doing?
And then there's the other types of skills, which is like improving.
Oh my God, keep that
actually,
baby
let's-
face on Adam as he talks about this.
Yeah. So then there's the improving side of things, like you have all your tools in your forge and you're improving them up, just like we were doing a moment ago, like the leatherworking. Okay. Now let's start with the gathering. The gathering types of skills. What you want to do is have just Circle of Cunning, and the quality of the tool should kind of match the situation that you're in. And just as a rule of thumb, you kind of want to go on the lower end of the quality. Okay, so if you're just new to this whole thing, I would just say start with 10 quality, and then you'll kind of get a gauge for it. Some people would advocate go right to 1 quality tools with high COC. These are just rule of thumbs, because there's lots of variation in how much skill gain you're going to get based on things such as your skill, the difficulty of the action you're doing, your tool quality. There's a bunch of stuff to take into account that will determine how often you get a skill tick. But as a rule of thumb, lower quality tools with high COC are the best for gathering type skills. Wind of Ages, putting Wind of Ages on any of those actions will only serve to lower your skill gain, but they will also increase your productivity. So some people would advocate for a balance between the two. You're going to lose skill gain, but at the gain of productivity, so you might get more actions in and get more items out of it. This game, there's always that, with the gathering, there's always that balance that you have to strike. You have to decide, do I want to have high productivity or do I want to have high skill gain? And you'll have to decide where you want to be on that spectrum. But for me personally, I would say that the best strategy is to go for skill gain first, do everything at the beginning with just high skill gain as much as possible, because later, once you have higher skill, then the productivity is exponentially faster. So in the long run, you'll be better off getting the skill gain right at the beginning. Right. So WA might give more actions per stamina bar and then save from that time to wait stamina going up. Yes. So like you're bringing up that point where like there's that wait time to let your stamina go up, and that WA might help this. However, I've determined from experience and from testing this several times that it's better to have longer action timers for skill gain than it is to have lots of shorter action timers. And you're right, like that the stamina gaining time is a factor of that, but I think that that's not the only factor. I could be wrong, but that's my hunch anyway.
So I think that you should. Have you ever thought about using that baby face when you're teaching your kids remotely.
I did think about using the Snapchat filters for Halloween when I was teaching my kids remotely. I didn't end up using it though, because I was afraid that it would reduce, like it would lag it out.
Oh, I see.
I was afraid. And I didn't want that to happen, but I did debate it. Okay, let's see what some people are saying. Texie's saying, I use a sickle with WA only when I'm harvesting fruits because it's so slow and I just want to get the stuff. The rest of the time you use COC. Yes, but Texie, if you wanted to get higher quality stuff, let's say, for example, I sent Brian out yesterday to get olives because they were in season. If he had higher skill, let's say, of course, I would say just use the WOA. But if you use the high quality, he's going to get no skill doing that. And therefore, like, you're right. There's like some balance there, right? Like you got to decide, do I want it quickly or do I want to get my skill up so that later I can get it quickly?
Here's one story.
I think that if you're just say the last sentence, if you're in it for the long haul, you'll kind of want to invest in the skill gain early on. That way, later, everything is that much faster. Okay.
Yeah, just to solidify what Adam's point. So when we first started playing, we didn't know any of this stuff. So we picked up, I don't know, one shovel or a few shovels, and they were like great. They were like 50 quality shovels or something. They were just lying on the ground. We loved it. We could terraform so much faster with them than at the level that we were, and I was using it exclusively because I loved the fact that I could dig so much faster than anybody else that we were with. We were all new players. But what ended up happening was I just lagged behind everybody and like never got digging skill. It was so much harder for me to get digging skill. Everybody else got digging skill so much quicker than I did in the same amount of time. And I just remember wondering one day, like, why is my digging skill only like 30? But everybody's digging skill is, already in the 50s, 60s. Yeah. And I didn't clue in for like probably longer than I should have.
Right. Well, we didn't know really how the skilling system worked back then. So, but yeah. Okay, so and Tuxie, you're saying like you have 50 in forestry. So yeah, totally. At that point, when you have 50 in forestry, and you're getting the quality that you want anyway, and yeah, like I totally can see that switching to WA at that point definitely makes sense. And Love, actually, you're saying, what if I have an affinity in mining? Would it make more sense to go BFTD or just stick with COC? And again, it's stick with COC until your skill is at the place that you want. Because the affinity, all that's going to do is it's going to increase how much skill you get on each tick. But the COC is going to what am I saying here? The BOTD will increase your action timer, so that's going to reduce how much skill you're going to get each tick. And like honestly, like you kind of have to make that choice where you want to lie on that spectrum. Like if your goal is, I want to skill gain as fast as I possibly can, I want to optimize skill gain, and this would be at the expense of productivity. So I don't care about getting that. I don't need that 500 rock shards right now. What I need is the skill gain. So instead, I'm going to produce 100 rock shards, but I'm going to gain like triple the amount of skill that I would if I would have produced those 500 rock shards, right? So you have to make that decision early on. And if you decide, I want to get skill gain, like if that's your choice, I want to get skill gain, that's what's important to me, then you want low quality tools, high COC, and that will really get you going. Like your skill will be 50 or 60 before you even know it. And at that point, you could switch to BOTD and you can increase the productivity. You can now mine out 500 rock shards in no time flat with your pickaxe. And the stuff is going to come out at 60 quality, and that might really help your masonry now, right? Like, so yeah, for skill gain, particularly, you want low quality skills, low quality tools, high COC for the resource gathering things. Now, let's go to the other group of skills, and that's like the improving skills, like your blacksmithing or your carpentry or whatever it is. What you want to do there is have the highest quality tools you possibly can get, right? Like as high as you possibly can get your hands on, and with the highest circle of cunning. And in that situation, you'll optimize your skill gain. Okay, so like no WA or no BOTD, just high quality tools, high COC. That increases your skill gain. But of course, again, productivity suffers because you're going slower now. And in this situation, I think that there's a little bit better trade-off there. Like you could use BOTD tools there and get decent skill gain still, because with high quality tools, you're going to get more skill gain, more skill ticks, right? And therefore, sure, the faster action timers might mean the skill ticks are going to be smaller, but you're still getting them frequently, and therefore this WOA plus COC would eventually get your skill to go up. It's going to be slower than if you just have COC, but it'll still be going up at a rate that's reasonable. And there's where I'd say that it's a better trade-off there. Right. What about characteristics? Characteristics work differently. With characteristics, I don't think the difficulty of the action plays a role. And so with characteristics, you want those to go up. If you want those to go up, the best way is just to get as many actions in as you possibly can. So high WA, high quality tools. You'll notice here that your skills will go up faster if your skills are higher, because you get lower action timers. So yeah, for characteristics only, you want high everything, fastest as possible, and then your characteristics will go up faster that way. Yeah, so low, yeah, just high everything for characteristics. But for the actual skills, for gathering, you want low quality tools with high COC. For imping, you want high quality tools with COC. That's if your focus is on skill gain alone.
So basically, if I were to sum that up, just get both tools. Just get a BOTD one and a COC one.
Right. This is now that's for later, right? Like on my high level blacksmither, for example,
Even
I would
now
have
you
both.
do that.
Even now, like by now, like now that I'm in the 60s, right? Like now is a good time to maybe start doing that, because then there will come a point where like you're like, I just want to imp my weapon up. I don't care about skill gain right now. I just want to do it quickly. And you can switch over to your fast tools. Like I would have a fast set of tools, and for those purposes, and then I would have my slow tools that have high COC on them specifically for grinding and getting more skill. And it'll depend on what mood I'm in, like, or what my goals are at that moment. Do I want to get these 10 pickaxes all to 90 quality right now as fast as possible? Sure, then I'll just use my WOA tools. I won't get that much skill from it. Or if I want a skill gain, then I can just switch over to my COCs. Right, Dresden. Yeah, and min-maxing is something that you don't need to do in this game, and you'll still... But see, the thing is, though, is that if you're new to the game and you don't know the systems very well, and you just go like, give me that 90 quality shovel. My digging's I just started digging. If I use this 90 quality shovel, wouldn't that be great? What you're going to find is that after playing for a long time, your digging is still going to be really low. Even though you got some stuff done.
But it's that's
Love Actually,
what tricks you as a low.
So much for this sub.
Thank you so much, Love Actually.
Yeah.
It tricks you, right? It tricks you as a new player in thinking, I need to use this. I'm working so much faster than without it.
So much faster. Yeah. But the reality is that when you get high skill, that alone will make you go that much faster. Like, my miner on the other can have like 2-second mining actions, under 2-second mining actions.
That's not the exciting part.
10 of them.
Yeah, the exciting part is how many 2-second mining actions you can do in a row.
Yeah, I can do like 10 2-second actions in a row without having to wait for my stamina to refresh. And it's like and all of the ores coming out at 90 quality, like it's just insane. And like that's sort of get to as quickly as possible, because once you're there, then productivity is just through the roof. So it pays to spend time with the long action timers and the skill gain, the high skill gain for a while, because later it just pays off a lot. Yeah. But truly, yeah, Dresden, the way you're playing is just perfectly fine as well. Like, you don't have to totally focus on min-maxing. Just enjoy the game. Just be aware that you want to, at least while you're doing that, you want to get some skill gain, right? So don't go with the highest quality tools. It's like stick with like mid-range tools to get that balance, skill gain plus, you know.
And that's what's so great about this game, is the fact that you can do a simple thing as improving an item, but that there's, and anyone can do it. Doesn't take that long to learn it, but then the intricacies of doing it, all these little tips that you can use to do that same imping action that could change all sorts of different ways of either earning skill or earning more items in the same amount of time. Like there's all these intricacies that you can learn that'll help you over time throughout the lifespan of this game, over something as simple as hitting a mine vein as an example.
Right. Or picking the right quality tool
for that action.
Right.
And that's what I love about this game.
Yeah, there's so much to know, so much to learn. Here, I know something. See if I can find it. Okay, I found it. I'll put it in the chat. Does anything make surface mining less awful? Yes. Yes, totally. There's a couple of things. One, okay. The obvious one is your higher your skill, the better surface mining is. Okay, so once you get your mining up to a high level, then what you're going to see is you're going to be successful in the surface mining about half of your actions. Okay, so that's definitely something. Whereas at the beginning, it might feel like 1 in every 5 actions is making it go down. The other thing is that they added a new enchant relatively recently for Magrenon priests called Stone Strike. So if a pickaxe has Stone Strike on it, it increases the chances that the surface will go down on a surface mining action. Okay, so those two things can help. I honestly feel like get your mining up, right? Like spend time getting that mining up, because that does increase the rate at which surface mining is successful.
Quite a lot, actually.
Quite a lot, yeah.
Never used to. Then they made a change.
Didn't used to.
They made a change that made it impact it. Your skill impacts the amount of rock that you mine by a lot.
When we surface mined Autumn Twilight way back in the day, and it was like a massive surface mining project.
That was before the change.
It took us months. That was before the change. So like even with my high skill, it was like 1 in every 5 actions would work. And there is the other thing, is that the faster your actions are, the better too, right? So higher level mining did provide faster actions, which then made it so that you could surface mine faster. So that's another factor. So WOA might work there. I actually had this question yesterday, or maybe the day before we were surface mining. I was wondering, does Stone Strike stack with WOA or not? Does anybody know?
But I thought Stone Strike, you said, just increases. Does it increase action timers?
Nope. It increases the chance.
Increases the chance of
it going down.
Yeah, of it going down. I don't even think that they need to be related at all. It would still go together. They don't do the same thing.
They don't do the same thing, but maybe they made it so that they don't stack. Like, for example, on a weapon, nimbleness doesn't stack with WA, even though they do something different.
You mean one overrides the other?
Oh yeah, you're taking the right place. Yeah, one.
That's what you mean.
It doesn't
like,
override it. It's
stacking.
just that if there's WA on it and you try to cast nimbleness, it says you cannot cast nimbleness.
Oh, that's what you mean. So you're asking, can you cast those two spells on the same item? Okay.
Right.
I thought you meant when they're on the item, do they...
Oh, no. I meant, can you have them at the same time? Okay, so to Leo, I'm going to answer your question first, and I'm going to talk about this grinder link that I did. Is it true that when you imp leather items, the quality of the leather plays no role in it? It's not no role, but you're right that you can take a 20 quality piece and imp it to 90. You can. It's just that 20 quality leather piece will act like a 20 quality tool, and therefore it would fail a lot when you're imping it way above. So it does play a role, but you're right. You can.
That's a good way of thinking about it, actually. Just think of it like a leather piece is exactly like a tool.
Right,
so it just
exactly like a tool.
Acts like a 20 quality leather knife or something.
Right. Like you could use a 70 quality mallet to improve leather to 90 quality if you wanted to, right? But you're right, that's different than most other skills in this game.
It's the only skill that does that.
It's the only skill that does that. Yeah. Okay. Grinder, because this relates back to this like leveling up in Circle of Cunning and all that stuff like that. This is a tool, I'm not sure who made it, but it's a simulator that will basically allow you to set what your skill is, what level tool you're using.
You want me to show
how difficult the action is. I've been told to just use the fixed bonus for most things.
This is it here.
Unless the skill you're using is like listed under here, because all that will do, like if the skill that you're trying to skill up is here, like for example digging, let's pick digging. What it'll do is it'll customize these drop down menus to account for digging. For example, in the tile difficulty you can actually pick the actual tile.
All right, so let's show the simulation on what we were talking about. So we were talking about a high level shovel is bad for a low level person trying to gain skill. So let's do two scenarios: a low level person trying to use a high level shovel, and a low level person using a 10 quality shovel.
So let's say digging skill's 10 or something like that. You're like low. Yeah. But you're using a 90 quality shovel or something like that.
Yep.
And let's say the slope is like 20.
Average.
Just make an average, like a 20 on average, right? Because
tile difficulty just 0.
The slope will affect the difficulty, and the tile difficulty. Let's just say we're doing dirt. But you can notice the different types of things you could be digging that will increase the difficulty. But let's say you're just digging dirt, then it hits.
That's odd. That
what it's gonna do
is because as soon as you dig step, it turns into dirt.
Right? So you'll have to like dig the step and then move over and dig it again and move over. Play it. Okay, so
anyway,
and it's gonna by default do 50,000 actions.
Is that fine?
Like in a matter of seconds? Sure. Yeah, it's like
okay. So I think 90 quality shovel. Let's take a look. So let me just put this over here. Submit.
Actually, you know what? That's interesting. That gave a good rate actually of skill gain.
Ooh. Skill gain 51.2%.
Yeah, that's really good. What if it was a low quality shovel? Let's say 10. Wow, that's even worse. So, is there a sweet spot in here? Wow, it does look like higher the better. I was not expecting that.
That was not the way that it was before.
Huh. What if the slope was 0? Let's just see what happens there. No, it's not going to affect it at all. it seems as though at low, okay, maybe this is because it's low digging skill. It might be this. It might be the fact that because your skill is so low, that doesn't matter what the quality of your shovel is, that you're going to hit that spot where you are getting a skill tick, right? Because skill will only happen, and this is the part that everybody should know, is that skill will only happen if the action was successful, but not too successful. Okay, like if you dug and it came out at like 3 quality dirt, that is good because it's successful, but not too successful, and therefore you get a skill tick.
So here's the better.
If you dig...
Here's the better scenario then.
Okay,
if
so
I
let's
was
say
at
you're...
50 digging skill and I was using a 90 quality shovel.
Right. Okay, let's see.
And I get a skill gain of 12.94%. Right. If I did the same thing but used a 30 quality shovel as an example.
Right.
I would get 48.38%.
Right, and that's what that percent is what percentage of actions gives you a skill tick. Okay, so if you're at 50 skill and you're using a 90 quality shovel, then only 12% of the actions you do is going to give you a skill tick. And that skill tick is going to probably be small because the action timers are going to be short because you're using a 90 quality shovel. And so you're getting infrequent ticks and each tick is small. Whereas if you use a 30 quality shovel, you're going to get far more frequent skill ticks. So it seems like when your skill is low, it actually doesn't matter too much because you're going to be failing a lot anyway, even with a 90 quality shovel, and therefore you're going to get skill when you do succeed, but not succeed too well.
So once your skill gets
to a decent amount, let's even see 30. What happens at 30 with a 90?
So if your skill's down here and you want a high level shovel or tool, and then as your skill goes up, you want a lower level tool, and it just sort of does something like that. Although it does it really quickly. The tool needs to go down quite substantially.
Now I'm currently doing farming, so I'm actually going to type in some farming stuff here because I'm curious to know where my rake quality should be at. And here it looks like nature skill plays a role. The crop quality plays a role. So I'm currently doing WEMP, which is really low. And let's say my nature skill, I don't even know what it is, but let's say it's 30. And then my rake quality right now is somewhere in the 8 or something like that. And my rake skill, I don't even know what that is. Let's say it's 20 or 30. Say 30. Okay, so right now I'm getting 52% at those numbers. So let's say I increase my rake quality to 20, let's say. Does that help? No, that makes it worse. What if I reduce my rake quality to 1? That keeps it in the 53%. So I think that I'm doing okay in terms of where my rake quality is for my skill on WEMP. The other thing to know is that what you want, like a good percentage, is somewhere in the vicinity of 50%. If you're above 50%, you're doing great. If you start dipping below 50%, that's when you start wanting to look at switching things up to get it back to 50%. Pickaxe skill does play a role in determining the difficulty of the action or the success of the outcome. In the same way that, let's say, your hammer skill will play a role in determining how successful you are in improving, or whether or not you're successful in improving, which does play a role in whether or not you get a skill tick or not. It's a minor thing, and the reason why I say it's minor is because everybody is going to get their pickaxe skill up as they mine anyway. It's not like you can control that, right? It's not like I'll just lower my pickaxe skill so that I get more, but it does play a role in the way it calculates whether or not you get a skill tick. So for the grinder to correctly, accurately simulate the situation, it needs to know that what your pickaxe skill is approximately. Whoa, that spot that you're digging there is really low.
Way too low. Yeah, I don't know. It just like the
it's
slope.
It's possible. Let's just see if we need that spot. Let's just see if we need it even. Do we?
Unfortunately.
18. This is flat. Oh yeah. 7. Yeah, you're right. We do need that. No, wait. No, we don't. We only need the spot I'm on.
I was pretty sure that, but we need that spot that you're on. So think about that.
No. We need. Hold on. Can you see where I am? Actually,
No.
through the tent, you can't see where I am. Whose tent is this? This is Pyro's tent that we can't move. Okay, so this tile we definitely need to surface mine. Sorry, we definitely need to surface mine this tile here, this corner.
I was pretty sure this tile was also.
No, because look, this level over here, this ridge.
That's odd.
I'm standing on here. This ridge is where we need everything to be under. So from here, it's 9 slope down, and then only 2 slope back up.
Yeah, that's
that
odd.
Spot there. What's odd?
Because I remember looking at that tile and thinking, well, that tile is too high.
Right. It's only
that
it's only
corner
this
was
corner.
too high. Like it wasn't
This
flat
corner.
with the other side. Anyway.
Okay. Yeah, well, leave it
Maybe
like that.
You just didn't dig
'cause...
it far enough down.
Leave it just in case. Because I don't want to have to dig it back down again. But I think.
All right, let's start here.
This one here is the only one.
Oh, so you already did.
Yeah, I already did all the way to the other side.
It just sort of drops
look,
all the way.
This doesn't take all that long. How long have we been doing this for? Like a half hour?
Okay. Also, no, we're not done.
I know we're not done, but I mean,
like we're done.
Wolfmare's comment.
This is not
Wolfmare commented
like,
earlier.
So
he's like, he said, a couple days work so that it's perfect for the rest of the time, and this isn't even going to be a couple days work. It's going to be a couple hours work.
It'll be a couple hours work. This one is fairly low because we were already dug down to the rock essentially.
I did spend an hour already. I did spend an hour already to do that, getting it close to the rock, and leveling out and
you
figuring out
the time.
Exact slope.
So technically, it is a couple days work.
I guess
because you already did it on another day.
I guess so. There is another piece that needs to be done too.
What?
I think I showed it to you, but it's going to take a little bit more effort.
Why would there be another piece?
So it made it so that because everything got lowered, it made it so I had to make the slope of the arch. Mm-hmm. Like the arch walkway, I had to make that deeper. Make the that leveled platform.
Yeah.
That happens here that had to go lower, and the problem was on this corner here, I hit rock, and it needs to be level with this corner here, which is 7
We don't need to lower
down.
This side though.
We do because otherwise this platform that we land on won't, with 20 slope down, won't.
It'll be greater than 23 slope. That's what you're saying?
Greater than 20. It's greater than 23. It's actually 27. It's 27. So I lowered this corner so that if this platform gets lowered to this corner, then it'll be exactly 20 slope. To get to the next level down. Right? So then it's 7 slope up to this one, which means this corner needs to be dug down. Now the only way to do that is to
you have to
dig
destroy
from up here.
the
we
fences.
have to destroy one of the fences, which I think we should do. Again, couple hour work for the rest of eternity.
You know what? We're too far into this already.
I know, we're already this far. Now, what's the best tool for destroying a fence? Is it a wooden fence? Is it a carving knife?
A high-level carving knife would be great. Do we have one?
Well, we have the 40 quality ones that I made for you. I also made the new one. I improved that 66 COC one for you to 40 quality.
Oh.
I'm just going to see how much my current carving knife does here.
let's take a look at what exactly we need. We need, so this
I could be wrong
side is
about
already
carving
dug down to the exact same height that you want. That's a little concerning there. Why is that 3 sloped down?
You know what? I only got 6 damage, but you're the mayor, right? And mayor bonus might make a huge difference here.
Okay.
So you double check what it is for you.
If I can get up. Here we go.
Yeah, that grinder tool, by the way, is like a big deal in trying to figure out the optimal sort of situation. And it could also help you like
carving knife.
Get that situation where like you want to balance productivity with skill gains. So you might say, well, I don't need that 53%. I can handle 40%. So what level do I need to get? What level tool can I go up to as high as so that I still get 40% skill gain, for example? And also to know that you're, let's say you're 50 digging, 90 tool, 90 shovel, to know that in that situation you're pretty much getting no skill. You can sort of play around with the numbers there.
That didn't do any more.
What happened to mayor bonus? Or is everybody getting mayor bonus?
Everybody gets mayor bonus now.
Every citizen gets mayor bonus. Okay. So what tool, what weapon do this? Do I have a maul? Do I have mauls? Huh.
Mauls will be good. Hatchets, maybe.
Try your hatchet. I'm gonna make a maul because I don't have a maul here. You keep experimenting there, and I will see if I can quickly whip up a couple of mauls.
Okay. Where is my hatchet?
I do have a large axe.
I don't have a hatchet. Where did my hatchet go?
Oh, you put it in here to have me improve it. Hold on, take a large axe too, because there's a 32 quality huge axe.
Oh, right.
I'm gonna trade you.
Because my hatchet was not high quality. Okay, so let's try the huge axe.
It's a high quality axe. I mean, a maul I think will work well. Lead? Not really. Not enough.
Let's see what happens.
Even to make one. Because I know lead gives extra bashing damage.
Okay.
Lead large maul, yeah.
I mean, we used to just have a large maul, high quality large maul. That was good enough.
Specifically for bashing.
But one thing that we did notice is that.
But lead gives a 20% boost, so that's a big deal, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Bashing. Sorry, one thing that you did.
Used to use carpentry knives. Yeah, so that the huge axe destroyed the fence.
Okay.
In one shot.
Okay. I think that the carving knives are good for openings.
Yeah, the carving knives destroy openings like no tomorrow.
Yeah, like one shot, they'll destroy an opening.
Be right back.
Whereas fences need something else, I think. Okay, so huge axe. If huge axe works, I won't need to make this, I think. Because I have another huge axe here that I can use. I will have to make some large mauls at some point, because I'm sure that at some point we'll want to destroy some stone fences. And I think huge axes don't work for stone fences. I'll do the far one. Yeah, one shot. That's awesome. And the fact that they gave mayor bonus to all citizens, that's a big deal. That's good. There were times where I had to wait for Brian to come on, get rid of stuff. Houses of walls or whatever. Wonder when they made that change.
I feel like it was a while ago.
A while ago?
Which one you doing?
The far one. The back one.
All right. Goodbye, fences.
Yeah, one shot. That's awesome. Okay. Like I was watching a stream of somebody. He was a new player, so and he was using his hammer to destroy what was it? It was a stone fence. and it was like 2 damage at a time. He's just going at it, like he's just sitting there chatting away, just damaging it over and over and over again. And like I texted, like I give in the chat, I'm like, if you use a large mole, it'll be gone in a couple shots or whatever. Yeah, he was like, well, yeah, but then I'd have to go make a large mole.
I know.
Okay, but you have like, how many fences are you gonna destroy this way? Like it looked like he had 10 or so fences to destroy. Like I'm thinking like the time it takes to go make a large mall will save you time anyway. Whatever. He didn't agree, so I wasn't gonna push the issue.
That's pretty funny.
But like we would like the time it would have taken me to make that large mall, let's say, would have been more than made up for destroying
6 damage.
6 damage at a time.
All right. So, remember back like, I don't know, 7 hours ago when we were about to talk about Deed It or Lose It?
7 hours.
I don't know. It's been so long. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tell me about, what came out of that? Why was that a thing on the forums for some reason?
Right. So this even relates to another thing we were talking about a while ago. It had to do with the title of the thread was something related to courtesy in Wurm. Common courtesy. And the thing that started it was that this person, he had planted a nice area in his perimeter of trees that he was using. I can't remember if it was for decoration or if he was using it for tree farm or something like that. And he logs in one day and somebody had chopped them all down, all these things in his perimeter. And this person was like clear. They knew that that's not against the rules, that the perimeter isn't his own, but they felt like there should be some level of courtesy amongst the neighborhoods, that these are types of things that you should just not do. Like if somebody off deed spends time decorating an area and making it all nice for the community, that it just should be common courtesy not to chop it all down or not to destroy that stuff, even though you do have the capability of chopping it down. It's not against the rules, and but just as a courteous thing, like we should sort of establish these common courtesies as a community in Wurm. And this sort of incited an entire thread of people taking sides on this issue.
So was that just for someone to say we should establish together we should establish some sort of community set of rules that we believe is courteous towards other players? Right. That's all the person wanted.
That's all the person wanted to do. Just like, let's establish a set of things that would be considered being courteous in this game, and one of those things is to not chop trees down in their perimeter of their deed. And yeah, there was a lot of opinions on this. I think there were people who were on the side of deed it or lose it. Like if it's in your perimeter, there's nothing you can do about it, and you should just expect that stuff is going to get destroyed, and therefore, if you want it to stay, then you must deed it, and therefore it will stay. So Valley, hey, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a bit. On Harmony, I think that was my neighbor, a nice person. They moved us service because of the issue. Ooh. Building some walls that could help a little, slow down a bit. Yeah. That definitely is a possibility. Although stone walls are a pain to keep up because you'll have to repair them all the time because they'll decay, especially on the new servers when your skill is low and the stone wall comes out at 10 or 20 quality and then it decays in a month. I mean, the question here is not about what can you do to protect off-deed stuff, but it's more about whether or not we should establish a set of courtesies in this game to what level should that be baked into the game, or what kind of rules should the GMs follow here, or should there be something as a community that can be done in terms of setting these established rules? Like if somebody violates these rules, then therefore they will be blacklisted. I don't know. And exactly. This is why we're bringing this up, because that forum post that was on this discussion is very heated. So we can lay out like the spectrum of responses here.
Yeah.
On one end, there's the deed it or lose it mentality. Like, just
if
everything
it's
that's
not
off
baked
feed,
into the game, it's a free game. Like anybody
free
can do
game.
it.
Totally game, yeah. And then there's the other side who says, well, any amount of that sort of action of like cutting down stuff in somebody's perimeter, couldn't that be considered griefing? And there is a rule that says play nice or we'll cut your head off. That's the rule. I think it's officially called. Play nice or we'll cut your head off. And that basically is the GM's blanket rule that basically says if you're going to grief somebody or you're going to do something to cause intentional harassment or undue stress on other people, if your actions are specifically geared towards doing that, then therefore that's against the rules and you will be handled either by banning or warnings, whatever it is. So there's like those are the two ends of the spectrum, right? Like chopping down somebody's tree in their perimeter is considered griefing and therefore that person should be banned. And then the other end is everything in the perimeter is not yours and therefore anybody can do anything that they want in your perimeter simply because you don't have a deed there. Okay? And both sides kind of have a point, I think. Because if you start blanketing and say, if you do anything in anybody's perimeter, therefore you're going to get banned for griefing. Well, what about that new player who has no idea what they're doing and they walk on your deed and they're like, okay, I can't chop that tree, it's on a deed. Well, I can't chop that tree, that's on a deed. Okay. Oh, I finally got to a tree, I can chop it. It's like, okay, yeah, I can chop this tree. And they have no idea what they're doing, right? Is that person intentionally griefing you? Like, of course not, right? So, how do you know the intentions of the player if all they're doing is something like that, or they couldn't be griefing you? Like, there's no way of knowing from the GM's perspective. So how do you make a rule that covers that? Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff being said here. This is definitely heated discussion. Can't scroll up for some reason.
You want me to read this to you?
Okay, yeah, if you can, because my computer's glitched.
Okay. So Drogos was saying, that sounds like very hostile gameplay. Why not try to be friends and assume that other people want to be nice also? I think most of Wurm has a very nice community.
Yeah, I'd agree that the community in Wurm is very nice, and for the most part, most people don't experience these sorts of things.
No, that's true. I think most
Right,
of the
yeah.
players are going to take, the same side, basically, as you, Drogos.
Right.
Now,
I think we have to big up the gravel here, right?
yeah, you want to do that? I'll do this one. Kat said, it kind of depends on the server as well. At one point, there was literally no lumber on Western Melody, so any forest in the perimeter would be chopped down because people were so desperate. However, if it's a server with abundant forests, then it just feels like griefing.
Yeah, it does feel like griefing. Yeah. But then how do you know it's actually griefing? Like, in the sense, like, griefing would be like the person comes in and says, I'm going to chop these trees down because it's going to piss this person off. Like, I'm going to do it just to make this other person upset. That would be considered griefing. Like, how would you be able to tell that if somebody chops your trees, that's what was going through their mind? Or that they just might think, well, this isn't on their deed, and there's nothing in the rules that says I can't chop them down, so maybe I can, and I'm going to do it. And I don't know. They're not doing it to intentionally grief you. They're doing it because the game allows them to, and it doesn't seem like there's anything against it, and they don't know any better. Maybe they don't even know that you were the one who planted them, or Maybe they're
You'd
new to the
have
game
to
and
determine
better.
malintent, some sort of like, I'm doing this to grief you sort of thing, and you can do that. You're right, Cats. Like, let's say they only chopped the trees in your perimeter.
But let's
to
say they
try
only
to
chopped 5
purposefully-
trees. Like, let's say they only chopped 5 trees because that's all the wood they needed, and that was just the wood that was there. Like, you would have to prove malintent, like
You'd
Brian's
have
saying,
to
like,
somehow.
And that's a very hard thing to do. And like, I'm talking from the perspective of the GMs. Like, when they go and ban somebody, they would have to prove, without a doubt, that person was doing it specifically to cause you grief. And that's nearly impossible to do if that person is, let's say, claiming that they didn't think that there was anything wrong with it. Right? That's all they would have to say. Like, I didn't think there was anything wrong with cutting anything in the perimeter. Is there a rule against cutting trees in their perimeter? Like, if they answered that way, the GMs would have to say, well, you're right, there isn't a rule that says that you can't cut trees in their perimeter. And there would be no way to prove that that person was actually trying to grief you. Right? So there's like that gray area where those people will then be allowed, even if they actually were intending to grief you, they can now use this system to say, I'm going to grief this person by cutting down 5 of their trees in their perimeter. And then when the GMs investigate, all they have to say is, I didn't think that was against the rules. Right? Like, now we're in that place where we have a problem.
Bugard said, I think it would help for new players. Some people might not even know. So just from an educational standpoint, no one starts off the game on a bad foot with someone. And that's 100% true. That is a problem with the tutorial in this game, that it doesn't actually have anything in there about this sort of thing. When you leave the tutorial, you know nothing about deeds, you know nothing about let alone deed etiquette, or let alone perimeters. What are perimeters? How to tell whether land is owned by someone or not. You don't know how to do that. You don't even know what a deed token really is, or what that stands for. That's something that needed to be presented some way naturally within the education of the player, without just being thrown into the game, putting that player thrown into the game and then doing something that might be considered hostile without them knowing it. I think that's very common in this game, to have something like that for players. So could they do a better job of informing new players from that perspective? For sure. That could be addressed in more than just some sort of wall of text for them to read about rules and regulations. They could do it in a smarter way. And I presented situations of tutorials that could be presented in a more smarter way, that seems like learning through playing instead of learning through reading.
Now, and I think just to make this clip complete, we should play that tutorial video that we made about this topic. I know we played it recently on stream. I know that we did that recently, but some of you might not have seen it. And I think that this would be a perfect time to just play it again for the sake of this clip.
Remember where it is.
Just type into YouTube. What was it? It's on a tutorial. We have a playlist.
We do.
We have a playlist called gosh. I don't want to bring it up because it'll lag my computer, but what's the playlist called? Something about, it might just say tutorial in it, or new player tutorial, or
yeah, I found it.
Newbie.
So
Okay.
how to play Wurm Online. We have
How to play Wurm
Here we
Online,
go.
that's what it's called.
Okay, so here's a video that we played. I think this is what you wanted, Adam. It's called Deed Don't Mess with Deeds.
Yep.
I noticed that you can't hear it. And let me try to figure out why you guys can't hear it.
That sucks. Okay. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I know we did some changing to our... We did. I don't know why we keep doing so many changes, but we changed it this time. I felt like things were better in terms of sound.
No, it's for some reason it's just going through the wrong...
Is it better now?
Trying to figure out the correct one to use. Okay, let me know if you can hear it now. I don't see it still. I'm forcing it through the... No, wait, can you guys hear that?
Nope.
Huh.
In OBS, do you have it set so they can, like, your desktop audio?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, let me double check that that's true.
Oh, they hear the jazz music you have going on.
Yeah, and that's true. That's coming through a different source. I think maybe this is actually, who knows why, but I think it's this one here. Okay, so this should be better.
And we
There you go.
we don't have to mine anymore. We're good on the map.
Oh, that's strange.
What's that?
It's not chopping down this tree.
Yeah, sometimes you can't chop down the trees.
What? I clearly remember their trailer on the website saying you can chop down any tree.
Well, it's pretty much any tree. Is there anything around you that might indicate that you are, near somebody or in somebody's village?
Oh, I'm like in the middle of a forest. I don't know. I mean, there's a house here.
Okay. There's a house there. What happens if you examine the tile that the tree is on?
I don't know.
Well, all you need to do is either right-click the tile and pick examine, or you can just double-click the tile.
It is saying that I see a mature maple tree, and that it's within the village of New Sea.
There it is.
What does that mean?
Well, it means that you're in somebody's village. That somebody has planted a deed in that area, which essentially makes it so that they own that land.
So, what you're telling me is that I can't chop down people's trees that they own?
That's pretty much it.
So how do I get off this guy's deed?
Yeah, well, you just walk away. There's going to come a point where you reach the deed's perimeter. Now, every deed has, by default, a minimum of 5 tiles of perimeter that surrounds the entire deed. The perimeter is kind of like a safe zone. It's not part of the deed. It's kind of like the neutral zone between you and the wilderness, or you and potentially another deed. It prevents other people from settling in that area. You have the option to expand that perimeter however far you want, but the more tiles that are in your perimeter, the more that the deed will cost you.
Yeah, it's finally telling me that I see a part of the lands of Wurm no longer on their property.
That's right. So now you can chop any tree that you want.
Actually, it's allowing me to chop a tree down in their perimeter. Perfect.
Yeah. You are allowed to chop down trees in people's perimeter, but there is a little bit of an etiquette surrounding people's perimeters. I mean, the game does not disallow you from chopping down the tree, but at the same time, it is in an area that is very in close proximity to that person's deed. So it may upset the people that are around you. You don't want that to be your first impression. I mean, look, is there somebody in your local right there?
Yeah, there's somebody named Redeemed.
Okay, ask him if he thinks that it's okay to chop down trees in other people's perimeter.
What should I say?
Is it okay if I chop down the trees in your perimeter?
Trees in your perimeter? Watch, he's gonna say yes. What does he care?
I don't know. We'll see.
There are plenty of trees up the hill you can cut down.
There you go.
Are they in
That's
your
a nice
perimeter?
That's a nice way of saying go somewhere else.
I kind of like my area the way it is.
I mean, people spend a lot of time surrounding themselves with a nice area that they like, and most people consider the perimeter of their deed to be, somewhat of an extension of their deed. It's the area that surrounds it. And while you do have permission to, the game allows you to cut down trees in their perimeter, it's considered to be unkind. And this game is all about community, so you want to make sure that you forge good relationships with the people that are around you in your local. Chopping people's trees down is probably not a good way to start off a relationship.
Well, at least he thanked me for asking.
There you go.
Which may give me brownie points. Think there'll be enough points I can chop down this tree? Don't tell him.
He can hear you chopping.
Really? Listen, I just terraformed a little area.
Wait, you terraformed? Didn't we just etiquette?
But I want to build a house here.
A house?
Yeah.
You can't build houses in people's perimeter. I mean, you can terraform, you're going against the etiquette thing, but this game draws a line at some point, and you can't build houses in people's perimeters.
Alright, I'll just walk outside of their perimeter. I'm gonna have to terraform all over again.
You can build a house right outside of their perimeter, but
Here we go.
besides the etiquette thing,
Yeah.
there is the possibility that the person can extend their perimeter over your house that you built. And if they do that, then you will no longer be able to repair your house. It would effectively cause your house to decay to the point where it will go poof.
But why would somebody do that to me?
Have you been not listening to anything I've been saying this whole episode?
Oh, so Redham's saying that he's putting me on KOS or something like that. What?
All right.
Noob Brian, tisk tisk. Of course, we all know he's playing the noob to get the point across, but yeah, it's great. I love the redeemed.
Nobody will get that.
Nobody will get that as an inside joke.
That's
But
okay.
Nonetheless, I'm going back a bit here because there's a few good comments here. So affectionately says, could they not just add a warning before you cut down trees in the perimeter of somebody's deed? Like, hey, you're about to cut somebody's trees and it's in somebody's perimeter. Yes, that might be the thing that helps. I mean, the other thing that's commented here is, well, why don't you just put a wall around it? And if they bash the wall, then therefore it must be griefing. That makes sense. That was Weeby. But we're not really like. While that is true, sometimes you want to decorate your deed perimeter, but walling it off isn't part of your plans there. So we want to just address that situation where there's no wall there. What about a road through your perimeter? Is that griefing? Should they make the road go out and around your perimeter, and like I let me see here. There was a couple other comments about like I didn't even know that people aren't supposed to cut trees in the perimeter, and so like this brings up all the issues, right? Like that compounded into this problem, and what's making it such a heated debate is that there's no clear cut, right? Like,
Right.
you're right that there isn't anything that says you cannot cut down trees in somebody's perimeter, and even though Katz was saying it's you like the player is paying for those perimeter tiles, but at the same time, it is clear when you pay for them. It says that the reason why you're paying for them is to and you get the first 5 tiles for free, but it's just to establish a space between deeds so that deeds aren't right up against each other, as opposed to actually owning the land. Okay, so like that land you have no permissions for, you can't control what's happening in there. Now Rippins has something else here that makes actually, okay, so validates that they can get rid of the perimeter thing altogether, but then again, if they do that, then you're going to be able to put deeds right up to each other. And then Rippins has a point here. I think that this is probably the position of a lot of new players. This is my understanding. So I believe it to be fact and plain to lose anything outside my area, and the perimeter surrounding settlement on all sides is purely to stop non-citizens from building or founding their own settlement. There are no other restrictions. You do not own or control the perimeter in the same way as the main settlement. And that's in quotes, so I think you're grabbing that from either the wiki or something like that. And I think that is the official stance of the Wurm Online team when it comes to things like this. So if you were to try to claim that somebody's griefing you by cutting trees in your perimeter, then this is what they're going to quote you on, and basically say that that's not going to count as griefing.
Right.
So what do you think here?
So before that, so Zetrin, you're saying, why don't they just make it so people cannot chop trees on the perimeter? And they actually messed with perimeters back in, God, I don't know now, 2013, 2014, something like that.
Long time ago. Yeah.
And they reevaluated what perimeters should be at that time, and they made a number of changes that people were happy with, people were not happy with. There was like if the perimeters were just to make it so players couldn't deed next to each other. So if that's all they were for. That's what the stance of the Wurm team was. So therefore the perimeter itself could be used for whatever you want, whether you are the owner of the land or not.
Yeah, back then you could build on the perimeter.
Do anything.
With fences.
And that they decided, okay, why don't we make it so... This was a response to something I can't remember. Probably people griefing, putting like little houses next to other people's deeds to stop from expanding. So they said, okay, well, to combat that, what we'll do is we'll make it so that everything inside the perimeter decays really fast, depending on whether the player that owns, let's say, the house, or the player that built that stuff is active on that server or not.
Right.
It was something like this. So like the longer that the player was not active, the more decay for everything within that perimeter happens. And then on top of that, there was already like a heightened, they raised the level of decay within everything within a perimeter itself. And then people that were using their perimeter for things like an off-deed shed or an off-deed whatever, they hated the change because they're like, well, I'm using my perimeter as like I'm using my own land, and now you're telling me that everything's going to decay faster. So it's like, which way are they wanting to go? Are they wanting to go leaning towards the player that owns the land? Do they want to go towards the players like their original stance or their stance right now still of like, well, you don't own the land, so therefore we don't have to give you any rights to that perimeter. This is two separate debates here, I think. This is my thoughts. There's the first debate, which is the community debate,
I think we're good.
which everybody's doing right now. Yeah, I'll let you dump the dirt, I guess, if we're good.
Just double checking here. This is my favorite part.
So I
of
can
this whole
finish
process.
I'll let you love this one. There's the community debate. There's the debate from the community as to what the perimeter even stands for. And depending on where you land on that is going to shape your opinion of what you think the perimeter should be used, and therefore whatever side you land on, that's what you end up doing. If you feel like the perimeter should be used as an extension to your deed, then you know which side you're going to land on here. You're going to be on the side of, oh, well, that's my land, so therefore common courtesy dictates this. If you're on the side of that it's not part of your land, then you could potentially be on the side of, well, deed it or lose it sort of stance. So that's like one side of this spectrum, which is mostly what we refer to. There's the second side of the spectrum, which is where do GMs stand on this? Are there GM rules in place to determine what the perimeter is used for? And let's group the devs into that. So here's the stand of the devs.
Stance of the devs.
The stance of the devs. And the stance of the devs could determine everything that we should do within the perimeter. And we know the stance of the devs right now, unless they want to come out and change it, which is you don't own the land. And these are the set of rules in place that we've put onto the perimeter. And that's it. Like, this is it. That's what you get. And therefore, the perimeter is not something that the person owns. We can't debate that topic. And I don't think that that's really up for debate unless the devs want it to be. So as the community, we could potentially fill in the blanks depending on what we want. And if we decide as a community that, and if there's enough people invested in this and somebody wants to take this on, and we decide, okay, as a Wurm community, we are going to make it so perimeter tiles are like owned by the owner of the deed, and that's what we're going to do. Therefore, you should respect them as like as you would like a deed tile. And then somebody writes up a bunch of rules based on that. That means no cutting trees and whatever else you want to add to that, on top of the rules that are already in place. Then the community potentially could govern this within the game itself if we wanted to, by doing whatever the community has the ability to do. I don't know, name shame people or be the governing body of being able to educate the people. I mean, we used to do this a lot back in the day.
Yeah,
we would
I feel like
educate
this is already
each other.
happening, right? I feel like this is already the way it works, right?
Like, why did we make that
somebody...
video back in 2013? Well, we made it because somebody taught us back in the day that this is how it was. This is what we should do. And that the people that didn't do it, it was known in the area. Everybody that lived in that area knew there was a person out.
These are troublemakers.
There's a troublemaker out on the loose. This is the guy's name. This is what he did. If you see him, act accordingly. And we used to do that a lot, actually. I remember a number of instances that's what ended up happening, is that the community stepped in and made their own set of rules.
Mm-hmm.
And so, other than doing that, there's not really much of a debate that you can really have that is meaningful, really, I would say, for me, is that we know the stance of the devs, and we either respect that or we add to it within our own area. And that's basically my stance.
Mm-hmm. Like, and I'd agree with that. I think it's definitely up to the community, like specifically like local communities, to sort of establish, you know, if there's some person running around your local community who's digging up people's perimeters and chopping down trees, and that person should be identified, called out, warn everybody in the neighborhood that this person is going around doing these things. You know, make the devs aware, not the devs, but the GMs aware of this by maybe reporting malicious action, and then that way, like, the process sort of gets started on keeping an eye on this person. And you know, it's but honestly, like, I honestly can't see how you could potentially come up with like an in-game set of rules to make sure that this stuff isn't ever going to happen. Because
What do you mean?
you know, like, I can't see how, let's say, a set of rules put into the game,
Like by the devs?
Could govern this successfully. So I
Why
think
not?
it's sort of, well, I mean to say, like let's suppose they make it so that you can't do anything in somebody's perimeter. Then the problem that ends up happening is that, like, the
You're talking about just making it dead land.
like making it dead land, or making it so that that person owns it.
Yeah, or making it so that person owns it like
Right.
they were. Okay.
Then it will block things like roads from getting put down properly, and you're going to have even more conflict between neighbors because their perimeters are, I mean, their deeds are right up against each other. So let's say somebody puts down a fence right on the edge of their deed, and it's like the other person doesn't want that fence. You know, it could cause a lot more conflict that way. There's a reason for the perimeter. The perimeter is there specifically to prevent these sorts of problems from happening in the first place.
I mean,
Right?
you're talking like if the devs change their view on what a perimeter was made for,
Right.
Then
I'm saying
that would change the game, yes. And to
Right.
Bugard's point there, you're saying, yeah, warning would help? Yeah. Education would help. 100% sure. There should be a tutorial that includes this sort of thing, done in a way where you're learning it by playing.
right.
That would be the best way to teach someone something like this.
Like, I did like that idea of like having a warning come up.
And it's not just for the
Kinda like this-
perimeter. It's like
Right.
we don't even get taught what a deed is. Really. You'd have to learn that sometime later.
Interesting. I didn't even think name shaming was allowed. Usually against TOA in games. I feel
No,
like
the
it's-
devs made a specific stance stating that it was allowed. I remember when
It
that
was allowed,
exactly
yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
Once they realized
They
that
even made a forum post.
yeah.
The name and shame thread. Official name and. Yeah, like something should pop up to let you know this is something that shouldn't be. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's possible that that's the way to go about it.
So is the question, is griefing allowed? Well, obviously no, that's not part of that. I mean, that's already a rule. Griefing's not allowed. So if you were to do stuff that griefed the person that owned the land, that would be against the rules. And that's where the trouble comes in. Can the Wurm team or the GM team combat all instances of grief based on the rules that they have in the game right now, and I guess I don't know what the answer to that is. I guess the answer is no.
The answer is no, and for the reasons why we said before, which is you can never griefing requires intent.
Yeah,
They intended to grief you. That's what makes it griefing.
interesting. And
you can't prove intent is the problem.
And
If the
then
person is claiming they didn't know better, then there's no way to say no. Well, you did know better, therefore you were griefing.
and therefore some rules by the devs could be put in to combat the griefing problems without changing what they feel the perimeter's used for, or they change what they feel the perimeter's used for. Like that's the other option,
Right.
really. Barring any of that from happening, the community, like just like in any part of the world, I think this just goes with a game like Wurm, where you're simulating like medieval life, you're simulating like living in this breathing world of your neighbors matter.
Right.
People matter. There's going to be
Neighbors
good
matter.
people, there's going to be bad people. You can control only what you can control, within your purview. You can't control other people, but you can control whether you want to deal with those people or not.
Yep.
And it's just like real life. If you run into people that, if you're going to live around good neighbors, then you guys can band together and make sure that if griefing people do come, then as a community you establish your own rules of that area.
Yeah.
And that's what we
Band
used
up
to do
against
back
them.
in the day. Oops.
So funny. I try to pick up this dirt, and I get the message: "You are too far away to do that." But I
Yeah,
actually
and you
pick up
still
the
get dirt.
anyway.
Yeah. And that's Bugard, if you hate real life and you want to play Wurm, that's great. Like, you should play Wurm, but Wurm is a game that simulates the medieval life, so you're still playing a life. Just an online one. Oh, and Tuxie, you are completely right. I don't know if you were here for the beginning of this conversation, but that's right. The whole point of the thread was to come up with guidelines for being good and considerate, and then apparently that thread just went downhill.
Right. Yeah. That's exactly it.
So
And that's how we were going to conclude: is
Yeah.
that you're right. Like, the whole point of the thread wasn't to establish what should and shouldn't happen in the game, but rather what kind of things would make you a courteous player. And it's clear that if you're going around chopping people's trees in their perimeter, knowing that the person spent the time and effort to plant those trees that way, then you're not being considerate. And therefore, it shouldn't be surprising if people get upset at you, or that people are calling the GMs on you, right? Like, I hate it when, let's say somebody's doing this sort of thing, and then you go, well, stop doing it. I don't like when you do that. I'm calling the GMs on you. And they say, well, why are you calling the GMs on me? Like, I didn't do anything wrong, blah, blah, blah. Like, that attitude is just such a pain. Like, it's just, I don't know what to call it, but just, it's like such an annoying attitude to deal with. And of course, it's happening because that person's just acting like an idiot.
well, if I was that person that did the forum post, you're obviously not going to get a consensus amongst all the forum goers, because most forum players don't view the forums. There's a small percentage that does, right? On an active basis, I would say. And it's not the greatest environment to post something like that. That's why it worked a lot better back in the day of just banding together as a community around you in your area. Let's say within your local, or within like your local area. What would you call it? The local, like, greater area, I guess.
Yeah,
The people
like
that
your
just
neighborhood.
outside your local. And coming up with the rules for just your area. You know, being protective and coming up with the guidelines around that. You know, we've done that many times in the past, and that's what you can do. Make sure that you're in an area that you love the people around you.
Sure. Okay, so here's the. I think there's one good blanket guideline. If you're the type of person who's not intentionally trying to grieve somebody, and wants a set of guidelines to like help you like make sure that that's happening, the one piece of advice I'd give you is talk to the people around you. Like if you need to chop, like you're trying to get some wood, right? And the only trees that you see are like the trees in somebody's perimeter. I would recommend that you talk to that person and say, hey, like, would it be okay if I chop down some of the trees in your perimeter? Because, you know, like it's like a massive journey over there to get trees. And that person may very well say, sure, because maybe they planted those trees in their perimeter as a tree farm for themselves. And currently they don't need because they gathered enough. And you were friendly enough to ask, and they might say, oh, sure. Or they might say, well, I just planted those for decoration and I don't want them ruined. Like, I think just communicating with people is the guideline. Be courteous in that you should respect that other people may just have spent a lot of time and effort trying to get things just so, and you will just want to establish whether or not if you did something, would it upset this person, right? So I think that covers every guideline. Just communicate with people, double check, talk with them, see what their position is. Yeah.
And hey, Baobas, how you doing? Glad you can come on in for a little while as we debate this. And Creepy Finger Guns, you are correct that you're saying it feels like it's hard to have common ground when the two baseline thoughts are so different. One side is saying deed it or lose it, the other saying don't mess with the perimeter without permission. Right. And you know what's funny is that I'd say both people that take both of those sides would agree that if someone was messing with their perimeter, they would do something about it. Doesn't have to be GM related, but they would, like within that area, they would call that person out and say, like, why, like have a conversation with that person. Are you messing with my perimeter for a reason? What's going on? Why are you here? Most of the time, it could just be a new player. It could just be someone not realizing it's not someone actually griefing you. I'm sure if somebody was griefing you, you would know why they're griefing you for whatever reason. Right. But they would both have that same response. Whether you take the side of deed it or lose it or don't mess with the perimeter, no one's going to want you, or everyone's going to be curious to know why someone is within your perimeter to begin with. Right. Why is that person just standing in my perimeter? Maybe I should go talk to them and ask them. It doesn't matter what side you take, you're going to have the same response.
Maybe I should build a wall around my perimeter.
What you do after you talk to the person may change which side you step on, but...
Or maybe I should expand my deed right now. Stop this person.
But you can't argue which side the devs stand on, because they've made their side perfectly clear.
The problem is that you can't make perimeters fall under deeds, because then people could prevent roads from coming through, or prevent, like if you have like 10 deeds all up against each other and nobody can build between them, then how are you going to get a road through there? And everybody potentially could fence off their deed. And like, I think that the perimeter is there for a reason, and it's built into the game to prevent just deeds being right up against each other across the entire server. So there's some area of neutral ground where roads can be built and whatever else can be done. I think there needs to be that public land there.
Yeah. No, I'm sure GMs have much better things to do than most of the stuff that they deal with.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely what Willow would say.
Yep.
And Tuxie, you're completely right. And it's not just about this, right? In general, try to be respectful. That's essentially what your comment is, right? Just take that ground and you're fine.
Try to be respectful.
Be respectful. In
well, for some
everything.
people,
now
some people.
it's not. I guess it's not really about some people. Ooh, what's going on here?
It is because for some people that is hard. Like they are just not naturally respectful people. Like we're talking about those people who would grief you because they want to grief you and then turn to the GMs and say, I wasn't griefing. Like there are those people.
Yeah. And you're right, Repins. Right. You don't want any roads near you. You would basically want them to ask you before they do that. And that's true. Mm-hmm. You should have... People that build roads should have that common courtesy to ask players around. And that happened to us. We were building puzzles and someone came by trying to build a road through our deed. And they came up to us. We had a conversation. And they went around us. And we were fine.
Yeah, we came to some agreement. We were like, we're good if you make it over there. Just don't put it right through our perimeter. Because we might want to expand. And they were totally good with that. Like they just maybe 15, 20 tiles off our perimeter. They put
that's
the
just
road, and that was
common courtesy. Basically what Tuxie's talking about. But
yeah, like there's a road that's lined with oak trees that's clearly been planted there to decorate. Yeah, if somebody comes along and just sprays all that, that's just a garbage move.
All right, how much do I have to do here?
So I think
I'm gonna chop down this tree. Not on this side. Oh, where's my hatchet?
Just very close to being complete. There's a I wonder if there's anything we could do about Rose tent here.
No. Like, why is my hatchet?
Are you able to take the tent?
No, that's okay. I mean, we can build over it if we need to.
We could, but let's say we want to put a door right here. It's going to be right, and I don't
build, and then we will figure that part out later.
Right. But I have no problem building and figuring it out later. It's something as a consequence to a change the devs made recently.
Oh, you want to talk about it? Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think that it's something to talk about because, like, the devs made a change recently that made it so that tents can now be placed on deed. Right before, you couldn't place a tent on deed, and when it was off deed, it would decay. Right, and the newbie tents would decay pretty quickly. And then they made a change so that you can now place tents on deed, which means that the deed will prevent them from decaying. But now we're in this situation where somebody has placed their tent. This is Pyro. He's actually a citizen of our deed, but he stopped playing, and now the tent is here, and it will never decay, and we can't pick it up, and it's a permanent fixture on our deed now. I'm wondering if they need to do something, like they need to change something about the way that the permissions work with tents, so that a deed owner has the ability to pick up a tent that's been placed on their deed.
How about...
Yeah, and you can't bash it like this.
Okay, so what are the solutions? You don't want them to be able to pick it up, right? Because...
Right, because some new player...
Because how about if a player put down their tent, like Pyro, and he put some items in it that he wants... I'm basically taking all of his items. That takes away the whole point of the tent. But how about if the deed owner has the ability to push it?
Off deed, yeah.
And you could push
That
it
might-
wherever you
that might
want
work.
on deed. You can push it off the deed, but then once it's off the deed, then it becomes really slow to push it because you have that 5-second timer.
There's also another issue that relates to this, and that's and by the way, this only happens when like you have a citizen of your deed who puts down their tent and then let's say stops playing, never to play again. The same thing would happen if a citizen of your deed builds a house on your deed and then stops playing, never to play again. Now that house cannot be
solution to
removed
that,
by
though.
the deed owner.
Yeah.
What is it?
So the deed owner, and we ran into that not in Twilight. So you have to destroy all of the ceilings and walls, and then the house disappears.
You have the ability to do that?
And the floors. Yeah, we did that. Took a long time, but we did it.
Right, but
Although
Bugard, we-
I think it's because we had permissions to do it.
Right, you might have to have permissions. Like the person might set the permission so you can't do anything to their house. And Bugard, you're right. Like, but you also want the ability to be able to push it off deed so that it eventually decays, right? Like, yeah, I kind of feel like the deed owner should have the ability to move things like this off their deed. Like, another thing would be like carts. Like, 'cause
It
if
would be a
somebody
good
takes their cart-
compromise. Yeah.
Like, what happens if somebody takes their cart and just logs off with the cart on your deed and it has horses hitched to it? And then never to return. You're
Yeah.
stuck with a cart now on your deed. Let's say they put it
So-
right in front of your door.
These are the actual consequences.
Okay, so
For
GMs
the
would come in
system.
and intervene.
Yeah. And basically what happens is it never used to be like this. Like you could potentially move basically anything like on your deed like way back in the day. But because we've been adding more permissions and more permissions for players so that their stuff doesn't get touched as much as before, it gets rid of some griefing, and then the side effect basically is things like what you're talking about, like the tents, like the carts being on the deed, and the solution right now to all of this stuff is getting a GM, right? That's the solution
Right.
that they have. Could they potentially strike that balance between having players having you feel like you own your stuff and that your stuff's not going to get touched if you leave it on someone's deed, like a cart and the contents of it, or your horse, but still give the control of the deed owner to have control over their land. And I don't know. I mean, there used to be a whole number of cool systems that they decided to not use. What would you think about? This might actually be a bad idea, but here's a start of an idea. If someone stops playing for a particular amount of time, let's give them 2 weeks or a month. It doesn't matter at the time.
Okay.
And then you can have the deed owner start a countdown for that item or something. So let's say this tent. Let's use this tent as an example. So Pyro, he hasn't played for a specific amount of days, and I can right click and I can do like some sort of eject start of like ejection of some kind. And that could start a countdown timer of maybe 5 days or some other time. And at the end of that, it disappears off of my deed.
Right.
Next time the player logs in, they have the ability to claim those items.
Interesting. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, that's like a kind of compromise where it gets put into like some kind of limbo holding thing. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you can do stuff like Serene you're mentioning. I was thinking about that too. Like that triggers like an email to the person. Like if you care about these items, know that they're gonna get sent off like wherever you had them, and then and also say like, but if you don't make it back in time, they will be in this pool, and you'll have the ability to claim it next time you log in, sort of thing. It's a compromise.
I'm not sure how, but this side of the ramp got messed up a little bit, so I'm gonna try to fix it, round it out a little bit. Whoops.
Yeah, that's weird. Did you dig that side?
Nope. But I'm gonna switch it so that the slope matches a little bit more, and also so that we don't have 2 slopes in a row that are 20.
Well, Drogos, yeah, and I was thinking about that as well. And there's ways around that, because it's on deed, so it obviously the stuff's not going to get decayed anyway. Make it so in that store area, it's going to decay the same way that it would have decayed anywhere else. That would stop that. Then you wouldn't be able to just store items there. You can also give a time limit. If you're not back within 4 months or 5 months or 6 months, whatever it is, that those items just disappear.
Eventually decay.
You haven't played in a while, so here's your warning. Same thing happens with the mail.
Right.
In that respect. But I never understood, like you could just make items decay like within this sort of storage area, like they would have normally anyway. They could do that for a lot of things.
Yep. All right, so I think we got it. What do you think about this?
We got it. We can now start doing what we wanted to do, which was building your house.
Right. Actually, we can't do that just yet. Because we need some more mats.
Okay.
I don't think we have enough mats for that yet.
But let's think about this though. I was thinking, so for this house, that the first level of the house would be there would be nothing down there. I feel like
nothing. Oh, you want it to be like a passageway or something?
Passageway. What do you feel about that?
But a passageway to where, right? Like, the question is, why? Like, we have other ways to get there.
For this
Just 2
path
tiles
down here,
away.
although we haven't finished this part of the land, so maybe there's a way. We have like something over here in front of us that we would want to build up. And let's say you were standing over Willow's house, how would she get here?
I mean,
you want her to go up the hill, down the hill, there, or she can go this way through some sort of passageway through your house.
Yeah, but then that makes that whole first floor like useless. Like what I was envisioning was,
do you need the first
potentially? I don't know exactly what I'm going to use it for. I'm definitely going to put a smithing room in here, but I was also thinking, of all the professions that I'm doing, I'm going to have like a sort of a station set up for it.
You would have that on the second floor.
Yeah. So the question is that second floor enough?
It's going to be pretty big.
Kind of wanted vaulted ceilings. I don't know. Like there's a.
And you wanted vaulted ceilings.
Yeah, my feeling was that that floor would be basically two-story high. With a staircase that led up. And if Willow did want to come through the house, she could come through the house, right? It could be like even an open house. I just was not envisioning a hallway sort of thing. You know?
So what would you use the bottom floor for?
I don't know. It could be the tailoring rope making setup.
You'd want that at a different level, or could you just?
Although now that I'm
build-
thinking about it, that area might need to be on the other deed because I'm hoping that eventually
Other
the
deed.
priest stuff gets moved to the other deed.
Okay,
So the rope making will have to go over there, I think.
but you're the rope maker.
I know I'm the rope maker, but it'll be a matter of like when I go to make ropes, I want to be at a station where the ropes need to be, rather than having to
I see.
transport all the ropes from here to there. Just have all the wemp over there, have all the ropes over there, have everything over there. So if I just go,
Yeah.
when I want to go make ropes, I just go over there and make rope.
Well, I would argue that the second level would be big enough for a minimum of 2 separate professions in its own area if you wanted,
Minimum. Agreed.
because this is pretty long.
Okay, well, it's something to think about anyway.
How a compromise could be that your floor level could be 1 tile wide, and the other tile is the hallway.
So would it be like an open thing? You come in and it's just like a long hallway-ish thing, but on this side there's like stations of some kind or some things. Maybe it's storage, maybe it's
Doesn't matter. Either way, either
some
side.
things.
The outside could be the hallway. The inside could be the hallway, like an outdoor
Right,
hallway.
either way, yeah.
Doesn't
Either way,
matter.
okay.
You can have stairs coming down from the top
Right, stairs
into your
coming down.
little thing, and then stairs going
Upstairs,
up
yeah.
on either side.
And then there is the option of making the second floor something.
You could potentially, I mean,
Yeah, okay.
depending on. Actually, let me think about this. One.
We could have like
1,
a
2,
portion of
3,
it vaulted
no,
ceilings
it's-
and a portion of it an upstairs sort of thing. The only problem I have with an upstairs sort of thing is that you can't bring a cart to a second floor here. Right, I
What-
can't
what do you
think of a
mean?
way to make a second floor. And then the third floor, there's a bridge. This bridge is going to connect to the third floor, right?
Yeah.
So let's
You don't
say
need a second floor. You could have vaulted.
I know, but
ceilings.
I know I can have vaulted ceiling, but I was thinking, what if I could use that second floor for something, let's
Okay.
suppose. But then the problem with that is that you wouldn't be able to get
Put
a
a cart
cart to
there.
that second floor.
You would need to have, what is it? What the maximum is 2 tiles per bridge, or is it 3?
Depends on how high you need it to go up. But from
Third
a first
to
floor to
second
second floor,
level.
you. Sorry.
Forget about the extra 3 slope. So just the second floor
Yeah.
to third floor,
From the second floor
which
to
is
third
30
floor,
tiles.
You need 2. Yeah, you need 2 because it can only go 20 slope. Each bridge section can only go 20 slope.
And there you go. Using a rope, you can haul a cart up a ladder.
Right. Yes. And actually, there's other glitchy things you can do to bring a cart up there. That might get patched later, but I kind of want like the. This was a design feature of our Factite Village on Xanadu where I wanted to make sure that everywhere I could bring a cart, no matter where I was. And there we had 4 stories high, and so there was lots of creative things I did there to make sure that parts can go everywhere for bridges. I just can't see it happening here. If I'm going to use the second floor, let's say. So the
Okay,
floor should be
let's take a look.
fine.
1. Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I can see that I wouldn't want to do just because the area is not so big, right? It's only a 2 by, what is it, 6? 1, 2, 3.
I'm
4,
not sure how
5,
much
6.
how much are you wanting to do on this in this house. You're like, you don't need that much space.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah, I
gonna
don't really need that much space.
Not to mention, we have a giant house right there we're doing nothing with.
Right, that's true. That's true. We do have another building over there, yeah.
Not to mention many other areas just on this deed that we haven't touched yet.
I just find it silly to have a hallway 2 tiles away from another hallway. The difference is that this one you have to go up a hill. See this path here?
Yeah.
To have a path up here and then to have another path
Down there.
right next to it down here.
Yeah. On a different level.
On a different level. I'm not sure.
Wait, what? Aren't you sure?
I'm not sure, like, if that makes sense, like, or is that just a waste of space?
It's never wasted space if it looks nice.
It looks nice. I'm good with using it as a hallway, but also like having a one tile of it as a hallway and the other tile of it as useful places. Like, for example,
there's the compromise. We get one hallway, one tile hallway, and you get one tile of using it for something.
Oh, Dresden. Accidentally parked a cart while on the second floor. It placed my bowls pulling the cart onto the roof and had to remove the roof to get them down.
No.
Yeah, that's there's definitely that glitch has been in since the beginning of multi-story. That's never gone away. And then the person who coded all the multi-story, he doesn't work for the team anymore, and so nobody ever goes back to those sorts of things.
He was a volunteer dev.
Yeah, what was his name again?
I should
Zakul?
remember this because we knew Zakul. Yeah.
Yeah, Zakul. Yeah,
He was part of it, as far as we know. He also did the new paving, the new floor types, that sort of thing. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
He didn't do all of it. I believe somebody else came up with the whole generated roof thing.
Are you sure?
I believe so. There was a post about it at some point, showing it off.
Oh.
We were all very excited when we saw that.
Right. This was so long ago. This was this is like 2012, beginning of 2013, somewhere in there.
It was 2012. Yeah.
Right after we started playing, pretty much, like maybe 6 months in.
Yeah, something like that. All right. I am going to be right back,
Okay.
and then we can think about what our next steps are.
Yeah. Do like how this all turned out. It was very satisfying dropping that dirt down and having it all work out exactly the way that was planned. We've always had this arch thing. This archy sort of thing. In all our deeds, we make a little ramp like this. I think we love the way it looks. It makes a rounded shape in a square-like world. The only problem this time around is that this ramp is going to get blocked by the building, so you won't be able to see it. But that's okay, I guess. Yeah, GMs tend to fix those sorts of things. And as is the case with this tent, a GM would, I'm sure, move this tent. I just wish that there was a way that the GMs didn't need to waste their time on this sort of stuff, and that they could, you know, if there was something that the player could do to handle this situation, that would be good. Sometimes I feel like GMs work too hard for the fact that they're mostly volunteers. Yeah, this is all flat. Okay, good. So I think we're ready to build it. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if my carpentry is big enough to plan the house here. Let's see. Let's try planning it. I wonder. We also don't need it to go right up to this point here. I guess you guys can't see what I'm doing because you're seeing what Brian's seeing.
And there's no
Let's
way
just put
around
it down
that.
on. Yeah, let's. Well, if only we had an Atom cam. No, there's we could even like extend this. Oh, I'm gonna have to we could even extend this right to here and make it like oh, I'm not skilled enough. Dang it. So we could extend it to this point here, that one tile extra, and have it so that this is like an archway underneath.
Just so that you can have that giant... look at this. So think of... Are you really thinking about this?
Yeah.
Or are you just trying to get the biggest house you possibly can with your name on it?
No, it's not the biggest house that I possibly can with my name on it. It's so that, because you can do so many things with it. Like you can make it section off, right? Like think of the townhouses we made where it was like one building, but it looked like several buildings like up against each other.
Okay, so
you know what I mean?
I'm just gonna do this one time. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tiles long.
Yeah,
Okay.
7 tiles long.
So now walk that distance.
Wait. I know 7 tiles
It's
is
so
wide.
long. It's so long.
I do.
You're
agree
basically
with it's long.
saying, I want my house to have multiple sections within it, like townhouses. So that, what are you going to do with all that space?
So, okay, well, we definitely need, like, and I don't know if we want to put it in this building, but we definitely need a storage space that's going to take up several tiles long. Like, think about the storage area that we had in Factional Fight Village.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was easily 7 tiles long.
You don't need it
even-
7 tiles long.
Well, even with the storage crates and everything like that, we needed a place for empty BSBs. We needed a place for empty crates. We needed a place for crates with dirt in them. We needed a place for crates with rock in them and stone and bricks and different types of bricks and all the different types of stone. And
Yeah.
then we need a place for all my ore, which is going to have lots of different qualities and, like.
And see you around Dresden. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, Dresden, take it easy. Like I'm forward thinking here to the future where
You want your house
I don't
to be
want
the
to build
storage
ourselves
house?
like a corner.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that it has to be the storage house. I'm just saying that we will need a storage house, and it will need to be something like. I'm not sure what your plans are for this house back here.
I mean, there's 2 things I can think of. First, you're getting out of the workshop, which means that the workshop would basically turn into a storage house.
It could. Okay, so the workshop could be the storage house.
Not to mention the house you just referred to, which can also be the storage house.
Okay. So the purpose of this building is simply only for my own workshop, period?
That's right.
Okay. But then my workshop's only going to be the 3rd floor of this building.
Yeah.
Where the 1st floor is going to be mostly hallway.
Yeah, and we can put whatever we want in there.
Hmm. Okay, so what were you thinking then? You don't think it'd be nice to have like a little section of the building here where it's like a little
We could do that.
path underneath here, and then you can enter into the, even if it's an archway into the hallway over here.
You could have it
Something
both
like
tiles if you want.
I
You
just
can
can't. I can't because of my skill.
I guess I'll have to extend it.
How do I do that?
You'll have to
can't
finish
even-
it and then give me
to
permissions.
finish
That
it.
would be
and then give it. Okay.
the best way, I guess.
Okay. I'm also going to give the ender permissions as we're at it. Okay. Yeah, how to yeah. But
That's
it's
right.
not like the biggest because like I can imagine that you're planning to use that other house there as an extension to your house, no?
I'm not actually sure what to use that for yet.
Like I was imagining, you know how you have that doorway out the back?
Yep.
And that there's a little convenient area back there that you easily connect to this second house.
They could.
And that it could be like that's like a hidden little thing that you put there or something. I don't know.
I don't need another house, I would say.
Right.
Not yet, anyway.
So, you know how like Fashionable Fight Village, I would say that was quite a bit bigger than we needed.
Yeah,
It's definitely bigger than what we needed. But I would say here, this might be just not enough for what we need. I don't know.
no, this is way too big
Or maybe
for what
it's
we need.
just enough. It's just enough for what we need. Like, think about that farming area. Like, I wish we could double that farming area here. I wish that
Really?
entire other deed over there was over here, that we had
But
that extra space.
you could make it bigger. I mean, there's nothing. We have the space. It's not like we don't.
Right, but like we don't have a space for stables. We don't have a space for, you know. So like that stuff, I'm like, okay, get rid of that stuff from here and put it over there. And it's not that it's that bad that it's over
Stables.
there. It's right, like for horses, you know,
Like horse
animals.
breeding or just a few horses?
horse breeding. Like, I mean, we've always had enough breeding, sort of like that kept us going for ourselves. You know, I was never like a massive horse breeder. I never needed that big of a space, but you know, 12 pens or something like that would be good. Each 2x2, so a 24
That's right,
tile
North
area.
Lease. You'll have room for horses in your giant house.
Right in my house, right where they're gonna eat all the. I don't know, like
That's right, old hogs.
I know Willow-
It's never a
Willow's-
question of need in Wurm. It's a question of want.
right. Definitely, it's a one. I know that you've always been the type to just need one room, and all your stuff's in that one room, and you don't need anything more than that. But I'm surprised you don't feel that restrictive on this deed when it comes to like building structures. You know, like
Not really.
there's a lot of clever things we've learned about how to build structures in this game, and this deed basically prevents you from using so many of those clever things because of how small it is.
Well, it's not actually that small. It's just up on a mountain, right? Because if you look this direction,
it's not
you
that-
can go
okay.
pretty far and build another house over there. If you're talking about,
Hold on, what's the upkeep on this deed?
I don't know.
Let's lay out, when we say it's not actually that small, let's put some numbers to this. What is the number of tiles on this deed? I'm gonna go
Oh,
check
you want
it.
me to actually
Actually,
find that out?
Like let's see, settlement info. We have a 20 by 26.
26.
26.
That's pretty big.
That's gotta be the smallest deed we've ever had,
It is. but that's
aside
still
from our
pretty big.
very first deed. Yeah, and Zetran is saying that's a tiny deed, 20 by 26. So
This is the
what Brian is
smallest
saying
deed
is
we've
that
ever had.
20 by 26 is way more than we're ever going to need, he says. And I'm saying,
It is.
I don't think that's true. I honestly don't think that that's true because
Okay, so your two concerns. Let's take a look. So farming. Your concern
the
is
farming.
I wish I
is-
could double the farming. Okay, we have
I
enough
wish I
space
could
for
double the
that.
farming. Do we?
We could have gone all the way over here, and we had all the way over there. Like this
Okay, but
deed
then how?
is quite
then we.
long.
But we were planning on a boat area at the bottom there.
We can still have
Which
the
we-
boat area at the bottom there.
Not if we extended the land all the way out there to incorporate double
You're talking
the
about the
width of
boat
farm.
mine. We could still have that boat mine over there. That
Oh, I thought
doesn't
you.
change.
I was actually talking about over on the left side here,
Oh, that doesn't
where the
matter.
boats are currently. So you don't want to build like a landing on that side?
We don't need it if we have the boat mine.
And then the other thing is, I don't know if we're going to be able to like, you know how with a boat mine, you kind of want the ability to get off your boat and come up into your deed, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have that, I guess,
We should have that.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just haven't worked on the boat mine. So I think from that aspect, it's fine. Then, if you're wanting to have a horse, like actual horse area, then why don't you just make part of the farm? Take some fences, and there's your horse breeding area, your tiny little horse breeding area, if you want that.
True. We could
Okay.
do a
So
horse
that
breeding
takes
area
care of
on the
that
farm.
part. And then
Okay,
what's
what
the
about
next concern?
The ratio, the animal ratio.
Yeah, so it's if we only need a larger deed because of animal ratio, then that's like if you're wanting an animal breeding area, then that's just what you're gonna have to do based on the limitations of Wurm. But as far as space, we don't need more space. Like we don't need any more area to put stuff.
Okay. I
We've
think
done that before. We've done it before.
I think we need to put this up to a vote. Okay, so
What vote? We can't
Let's
expand
start-
anyway. But
I understand that we can't expand anyway, and therefore the vote doesn't mean anything. However, I want to settle this debate here once and for all and ask the audience, what do you guys think? Do you think that this deed is more than enough space for us and our needs? Or do you think that...
remember, he's saying
it is
and
a-
our needs and not and our wants.
Yeah, and our needs. Right, and our needs. Or is this deed too small? Place the horse pen where the unneeded building is.
This isn't even the only place here, right? Because the deed
that.
goes all the way over somewhere over there and up this hill. So potentially we could either bring this whole thing down if we wanted to, or build a second level of our deed up there with more
Right.
houses and more land.
Yeah, I was trying to imagine how we could build a bridge structure up to there, like this space right in between here.
Yeah. I was going to use that house
couldn't-
for that.
Okay. Okay,
That's
so
what I
like
was going to
for
do.
example, we could bring down this one tile here. This one tile here.
This is
Extend
our
this
deed
house
too.
to this tile.
Just so
You see where I
people
am? Where are you?
realize. This is our
all
last
the way up
tile
there.
of our deed. So we go all the
Yeah.
way into the water there and all the way up here to almost the road.
Yeah, we do have a lot of unusable land over there. At least currently it's unusable just because it's so slanty.
Then think of
But where are you? Where are
underground,
you?
right? Right, Esham? Won't there be
Underground,
more
yes,
space
yes.
if we build underground and make a man cave.
Totally. I do see the underground, which we will eventually get to that point and build a man cave over there. We already got the works for it. You see this tile right where I'm standing? I'm beside
No.
the unfinished house. Right where the archery target is. In between your house and the spare
Oh,
house.
there you are.
Okay, so you see this tile that I'm on that's really slanty?
Yeah.
I was thinking if we bring this tile down, so it's flat, extend the house to this tile, and then we could build a bridge right through where you're walking. Wait, what do you do? You look like you're fighting something.
Yeah, your horse or my horse.
Oh.
Hell horses. So you
And then we
want
could put a bridge,
bridge
right
to
through
there.
here. Maybe the second story or third story of that building, and then continue that bridge up to the top of that hill over there.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Flatten out that top up there. Anyway, that's just an idea for future.
More terraforming and surface mining. Sure.
Big deed, all seems fine to me. Or you can go 100 by 100. You can always build vertical and double or triple your rooms. Totally. Yeah. Doesn't your goal change what your needs are? Right. That is true. So what is our goal here?
I'd say the only reason you would want more space is this whole ratio. But what is the ratio anyway? So on a 20 by 26 deed, what are we
15.
allowed?
Each animal needs 15 tiles. So let's do some calculation here. We got a 20 by 26. 20 by 26. It's 520 tiles, and I divide that by 15. We can have 34 animals. Let's see. Currently, we have 2, 4, 6, 8. So there's still room for animals.
Wait, how many animals are we allowed to have?
34.
34. Would we ever go over 34 animals, even if you were breeding them?
Well, if I was breeding, I'd probably want 10
34.
breeding pairs. Like 10 breeding pairs. Like
10
even if
breeding
it's
pairs.
well, okay.
I mean, that's
you
a
could
lot,
have like
but yeah.
somewhere like 5 breeding pairs or whatever, but like one less than like you might get 1 in 5 babies having the traits you
And
want.
do we even need more to breed anyway? I mean, we got Cats here. She's
right.
been
This
doing
is
so good.
Totally
She is
another right. Yeah.
That's her passion.
Totally. We
Do you
don't
really need
it.
You were just
You're right, we
telling
don't need
everybody
it.
here how
It is true.
how many things that you've taken on in this
Spreading
game,
myself too
and you
thin.
spread yourself
Yeah.
too thin, and now you're sitting there like, I gotta do some horse breeding. We need a bigger
That
deed.
is true. That is true. That is true.
It's like you don't have to
It
do
is
horse
definitely
breeding.
not a need. It's definitely not a need.
So if you take that away, do we need more space for more houses? Because your giant
That's
house
true.
is not big enough for you.
I did tell Viking that we're gonna take some of those bison so that I can keep with the making.
Wait, sorry, the bison for
I did the bison that are on
Yeah.
Antier's place. I told Viking I'd take a bunch of those bison so that we can keep up with the cheese making.
Oh, cheese making. Okay, I thought you
yeah,
were
and we-
thinking
and-
of me for leather or something.
No,
You're like, no,
well,
not you.
I mean,
Like,
that would be a byproduct of it. We discussed this. We have the sheep over at the other deed that I can use for cheese making there.
that's true.
The only problem is we don't have cows.
Oh wait, did you finish the structure?
I did finalize and I did give you permissions, so you should
you
be able
did?
to put that down. Yeah.
Okay, so let me find my mallet that I changed and therefore need to save onto my tool belt here. Save one. Let's take a look. Add to building. There you go.
Yeah. And the other thing is, how are we gonna what the space that's in front of us here that goes so sharply down? Are we gonna try to make a ramp that goes down there, or
That's what we're gonna have to
extend the farm,
decide.
or-
I
Yeah, we'll
feel
have to
like
decide
you're
that.
wanting the farm extended, so I'm fine with that as well. And if you're actually wanting that, or are you just using that as like a topic of
No,
discussion?
I mean I more farm tiles would be great. I just
Okay,
and then we
Cat's
also we
So what's your guys' need for horses right now? I killed a whole slew of them last night to make room for the good stuff.
You're right. I totally we don't need horses. You're right.
Yeah, we don't.
It's
actually
only a
need
matter
horses
of
right
like
now.
right, we don't need horses. And I know that once
You know
get,
Adam. He's just thinking
Once-
ahead for nothing really. So that's the
so
good question.
used
Do
to
you
being-
want?
it's that we're so
farm.
used to being on our own, right?
I think like all of us.
We have been part of alliances before and things like this, but we've always been self-sufficient. So we've always bred our own horses. We've always just, and so it's hard to get out of that habit. And I'm sure that Katz, you can sort of agree with this. And it's like I don't know.
have to do everything by yourself anymore. You've got neighbors.
Right, we do have neighbors now, and even before when we had neighbors, we owned this stuff ourselves. I just don't know why that ended up happening. And we would also help other people, but we've never been the type to require help from other people. Maybe that's something that we need to change.
Yeah. And here's a question for everybody. So I have this tar level here. And you can see that I flattened these 2 of the tar tiles. And I have 2 other tar tiles that I like. One solution was to flatten them to make them look nice.
Yeah.
But I realized you can't level tar tiles.
Yeah.
Because
you try to stand here
get-
and level the border. Get some message here.
Gives you an error message. You're not allowed to level tar tiles. I could drop dirt here and raise it to this level. However, I'm already past. So this slope is 49. So if I drop dirt here, it's going to slide down into the corner of this house and then disappear.
Right.
So basically wasting dirt. So is there another way or another solution to this conundrum? How do I
this is
flatten
definitely
this out?
This is definitely a conundrum. Like
Or-
you wanted to, your thought was to destroy Willow's house over there, just that one tile.
Can I flatten? That's a good question. Can I flatten?
You just cannot work out how to flatten here, it seems. That's what the message I'm getting.
You cannot work out how to flatten here.
Yeah.
I can't flatten this tile. Would that help? That would only help this tile, maybe.
Oh, we need to rebuild these fences here. The horses. Right. So this is so Katz has one of the ideas that we came up with yesterday, and that was we can transmute the 2 uneven tiles. I really like having the tar on our deed, like having a tar patch here. But we don't need 4 tiles of tar patches.
Is it a skill thing?
You need high skill to flatten. Interesting.
Do we know? Like, is that a thing that you unlock? And when exactly do you unlock the ability to either level or flatten tar?
So Hackett's saying 70 digging.
Hmm.
Digging tar is also best to grind on later. Yes, totally. We definitely don't want to lose the tar completely. I just also don't want to have to destroy this tile of Willow's house.
Yeah, we don't want to get rid of the tar tiles. At most, we could reduce them.
Yeah, get 3 of the 4, right? And, like, even just having 1 tar tile is good enough.
You just have to determine where you stand to get the tar.
Infinite tar. I think anywhere on this tile. Like if I stand right here, I'll get tar.
Yeah, and that would solve
Pretty
it,
sure.
but to make transmutation liquid...
Yeah, to get... Yeah, well...
Oh, do you still have some of that transmutation liquid, Cats? Because if we just kept 1 tile here, that'd be enough for everybody.
No, we've never done any of the transmutation stuff, so we don't have the intuition about it. Do you know how much liquid would be required to remove 2 tiles? Okay, you have at least enough to remove 1 tile. I see. And is that transmutation liquid the one where you need lemons? And what was the other thing? Was it lemons?
Okay, the other solution that I had Although I don't know if Willow would like this. To be honest.
I mean, we could do all the work and have it back up and running the same way it is now.
Remove this tile of her house.
Tile.
I would have to smash everything. We'd have to map out how it looks.
Oh, lead and apple juice. Okay.
Then fix this up.
Hey, Pop Popsicle. That we kind of want it all to be this level up here. We want it to be flat with the level up at the top. Otherwise,
it would get rid of this tile. This tile would be uneven. This row.
Yeah. You know what? Almost ideally, though, it would be best to have this tile here, like one of the uneven tiles, to be the tar tile, you know? Like further out of the way, and then we could reclaim this area for just space. I don't know.
Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. In any case, I think that like if we were able to get rid of this house, I honestly don't think that would be that, compared to like what we just did. This wouldn't be that bad. Remove this one tile of the house.
Okay, listen.
Drop a whole bunch of dirt.
How do we do this without Willow knowing that we did it?
I don't know if we can. Do we even have? Do we have permission? Do you have permission on this house?
I don't know. Like to destroy.
That's another thing.
Let's even see if I have permission to destroy.
I don't even think you have permission.
I do.
Oh, you do? Okay, so you do have permissions. Okay.
Okay. We need to remember what it looks like.
Okay, but the other problem is all of her. She has a whole bunch of stuff here. Isn't that all getting affected?
Yeah, you'd have to push it. Let's see if we
all
can.
out. Okay.
Okay, so let me. Okay, let's just. No one's saying anything, right?
Right. And Willow's not in the chat right now, right?
No, she's somewhere. I don't know.
I'm sure she would be fine with us doing this as long as we put it all back in the way it was. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, Blue. And you're inviting us to slaying in 5 hours. That's interesting. 5 hours would be 7 p.m. our time. I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to make it. I have a whole bunch of work to do this weekend that I've been neglecting, and I said
where
to
is
myself,
it?
after the stream is done, I'm going to be doing a ton of work. Maybe you can go. Yeah, maybe you can go. Harmony, West Side. Okay.
Oh, 5 hours.
Easy enough to get to. Yeah, it's going to be around 7
Oh no.
p.m. our time.
I'd love to go to that. I wish I could. Life is probably going to get in the way, but man, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to
We're doing this. Do you have the ability to push
in the house?
in the house?
We're going to do this now? No, I can't push.
Do I have the ability to push? Oh my god, I do.
Okay, you do. I think you have. Do you have manage permissions on the house? Because maybe you can add me to the house.
Okay. How does that look?
Okay.
Wait, does she have a cow?
Yes, she does have a
horses?
cow.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I can't push because it's too littered, and it's because of all of her racks.
Okay, well, keep the items there. They will exit the house, and then we will reattach them to the house when we build it.
Wait a minute.
Let's make sure. 1, 2, 3. So that's 20, 40, 60, 70,
Yeah, we don't.
80. So
right,
80
we don't-
planks? No, not 80 planks. This isn't planks. So 70 planks plus wood shingles.
Okay, so Northless, what? So what we're thinking is we could flatten this out right here and right now.
Oh, Buddha.
If we were able to drop dirt down at the bottom. Hey, Buddha. How's it going? If we were able to drop dirt right in that bottom corner there and lift up the dirt, and then that way we could drop dirt on the tar, and that would raise the tar up flat. Then we could dig it all back down and put the house back. And that would be a fix that we could do right now with what we have, compared to all the other solutions would require us to we could go out and get transmutation liquid, which would take a long time to gather the apples and stuff. And Katz has enough, she said, to fix one tile, but probably not enough to get 2 tiles. And then the other option is to get our... Okay. The other option is to get our digging up to 20. Not 20, 70, which we're quite a ways off from that, I think. Where's my digging right now?
Yeah, I think we can do this without letting Willow know. I think we can do this all today.
You think so?
Yes. We got this. We got this.
Hold on. We got this. Okay, so should I start breaking the house? Like, what do you think?
I put down the huge axe. If you still have a huge axe.
I still have a huge axe.
Okay, hack at it.
Let's see.
We got this. We only need 10 wood shingles. We have way more planks than we need, so we've got like 200 planks.
Yeah,
you're
right.
70.
The forge in the crate will just follow the... Buddha, don't tell Willow we're destroying her house. By the time she gets back,
picture of what it looks like.
I'll be back to the way it was. So this is a window on this side, and the other 2 sides are just straight walls, I think.
Yeah, I also saved a picture of it, so hopefully everything will look exactly the same. I'm only worried about her animals escaping, but I feel like they're not moving that much. We could do it before.
My damage, it's not damaging enough. It's only damaged by 3. Maybe a large maul will be better here.
Okay, let me see. Maybe there's a mare sort of thing.
A mare? The mare bonus?
Bonus going on here. You could also do...
Saw works well.
Saw works well.
I know that I could always just go up and build.
We don't have extra saws, right?
Are you sure a saw is something that works here? I do have... Oh, I might not. I need to make saws. That's one thing that I might have, but I think currently Xander has them because he was casting on them.
Oh, so there's nothing in here somewhere.
At least on PvP saws.
UC saws.
I'm using a saw right now. Although this one has some enchants on it, and these long action timers are going to destroy the enchant. Okay, what did that do? The saw damage by 4. That wasn't good. And it's a 60 quality saw, so it's not like the quality of the saw is the problem. I'm going to make a large maul. Yeah, we could move animals into the farm area even.
That's true. Okay, so we have enough wood shingles. We have enough.
Okay.
Planks. We have enough. I'm guessing we have
heat up there.
The large nails, small nails. Yeah, we're good.
Well, it's not that. It's no. We don't need nails. We need wood beams, clay, mixed grass.
Oh God, yeah, you're right. I'm thinking that this is regular wood walls, but they're timber frame.
We'll need 15 beams, 60 clay. I think we have the clay, and mixed grass. It's possible we have enough already in the bulk storage bin.
All right, let's see what I can do here on 15 quality
I'm just
walls.
Gonna meditate here while I'm waiting for the...
So now we have to reevaluate here. So we need mixed grass. How much mixed grass do we have? Do I have to go out and get some?
I'm pretty sure we have enough.
So we have enough mixed grass. We have clay.
I'll have to double check.
We'll have to double check the clay for sure.
I'm sure we
There
have
we
clay.
go.
Because remember, we went...
One-shotted.
Oh, okay. With what? With the axe?
Yeah. Maybe
So
it is a
maybe
mayor
the
bonus for the houses.
Mayor bonus is only on the houses. That's interesting.
And then wooden beams. Wooden beams, do we have any left? Because I had some before.
I took them because
you took them, so we only need 15. 5 each wall.
Yeah, we can make those though. That is a weird thing for Twitch to hold.
You wanna?
Yeah, I'll allow it because there's nothing wrong with this comment. Thought it was wood walls. I'm too much of a PvP noob. It's all stone there. Yeah. Use a catapult, right? Okay, let's build a catapult.
Man, we used to use catapults for fences.
Catapults are great if you have it already set up and ready to go. But if you don't have a catapult ready to set up and go, it's less efficient, I think.
As long as she doesn't log in anytime between now and the time that we finish. Guess I should have made those beams. Until you hit the wrong wall. Yeah, I better not. Oh, I forgot to move our animals. Alright, I just want to get rid of this. Destroy floor.
Yay, I got a meditation tick.
Nice.
Sweet meditation. Okay. So I don't need to make anything. That's the second time I've lit the forge and realized
Do
we don't
rams
need it.
actually work good to destroy walls? House walls?
Interesting. Did you need me to move some of these animals?
Okay, so we are...
Yeah, let's... I'll take the cow.
Oh no.
I'll take the horses. I'm just gonna put them in the farm pen for now. Yeah, rams allow you to hit the wall you want. Yeah. My experience with rams, I made one to get rid of some fences, and for some odd reason it ended up not working well enough, or I couldn't get it to do what I wanted, so I ended up just using a large maul on them again. And large maul works pretty good. Like, if you have the mayor bonus, usually it takes like 3 or 4 hits with the large maul.
Where's the...
Thanks, cats. Thanks.
So you move the cow and the horses?
Yep, into the farm. Yep. Okay, I'm just gonna grab the dirt. We need to put back this fence. That's something that we didn't do.
So do you want to do the dirt raising?
Yeah.
And
Whoops,
I will. Oh,
whoops.
thanks, cats.
Thank you.
Let me see if we have any of these.
Because we could do with getting rid of those tar tiles even after. I wouldn't mind.
Okay, so it does look like you used the... Huh. Okay.
I think that should be enough. How do I stop this? Escape should work. Okay.
We got this. Let me use some high quality stuff. The good stuff.
All right. So
Here incoming some
I'm gonna
wooden
put
beams.
dirt until 40, right? Dropping dirt until 40, and then we'll have to level from there.
You gotta drop dirt until it...
Until 40.
Are you at the bottom? Not until 40. If you do it till 40, then we can't raise. You've only done it to the exact point that it will allow you to drop dirt. One more dirt and you...
right. I see what you're saying. So we don't need to drop dirt till 40. We just need to drop dirt until the slope
on the top, until the slope
is
on the
less
bottom.
than... So, well, let's see. What is that slope? 11. So then I need to 29, right? Is that right? 29? 29 plus 11 is 40.
Give it a shot.
And that's 29. So now can I drop dirt here? Let's see what happens. Because you were saying just dropping dirt raises it. Oh yeah, that did it.
Yep.
4 more? Okay.
Well,
Dirt slid. Why did it slide? Only 38.
where can I put these? Let me put them back in there, I guess.
Okay, well. Hold on, did that work? Yeah, it's sliding, but that's
We can't
okay.
see what he's doing. Okay.
Sliding.
But you understand
okay,
why
got
it's
it.
sliding. Okay.
Yeah, I understand why it's sliding. It's just going to the bottom there. And then this one here is going to slide right
Yeah,
Oh, no,
to that
it's
same
gonna be fine.
point.
to that same point, but it's 40, so it should be okay. Should allow me to get it up to flat without sliding. Yep, it did. Awesome. Okay, that was a lot less painful than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, now you got to dig the bottom.
Now we got to dig the bottom down. Yeah, Willow will never know. Okay. Fill down first, easier. Fill down. Yeah, I did. I went to the bottom and filled it. Yeah.
Teamwork now.
Okay, we could get 2 tiles with this. If we're lucky, maybe.
Ooh. All right, I'm at 10. And we're
10
on a
beams?
timer here. I've got 10 beams. We're going. Oops, we're going for 15.
Willow would never know.
It'll look exactly the same. These beams are still quite hard to create.
Yeah? Even at your carpentry level? Like, I thought they were hard to make for me just because my carpentry is so low.
So 52 quality logs. Of course, my
What's your
hatchet is only
carpentry?
23 quality. Maybe that's why.
Okay. I do think I have some higher quality hatchets if you want. To grab
Yeah.
one from the thingy.
Yeah, I'll have to grab one.
I haven't made any WA hatchets, although that might be something you gotta let me know though. I could make WA hatchets.
I don't necessarily need one that bad.
Right, that's what I figured. That's why I haven't made one yet.
Okay. Oops.
My next
work?
task was going to be WA saws so that we
Okay.
can
Exactly
planks
50
faster.
wooden beams.
15.
So
Yeah.
mixed grass, we need 10. Yeah, so we got enough there. Where's the clay?
Plays in the outside bins.
Outside bins. So we need how much clay? Is it 10 or
Just something
20
I'd like
each?
I'd like to
20 each?
move those outside bins to a storage base.
Right.
that we
Which
can
I
organize
think
in
we
a
have
way.
enough space. Well, here's the clay. I don't know what I'm... Keep looking. 800 clay, so we're good there. And
Sir Hedge Knight. Good question. Do we have any advice on weaponsmithing and related skills? It's something I never tried but feel like working on. Should you work on bladesmithing and weapon headsmithing first? You don't have to. You don't have to do bladesmithing or weapon headsmithing. And there's no advantage aside from when you go to make those tools to imp. It'll make it easier to make the tools in the first place. Now, there is other benefits of having bladesmithing and weapon headsmithing as well. For example, some people like to spam create rare items. So they'll just like, let's say, make a pickaxe head over and over and over again, like just tons of pickaxe heads in hopes that one pops out rare. So if you ever plan on doing that, you'll want to have weapons headsmithing. Right. And then there's also another reason why you might want bladesmithing. Bladesmithing, and that's carving knives are one of those tools where, or was it files? I can't remember. Is it carving knives? I think it's carving knives where if you can create a high quality carving knife head, which you can. Yeah. Oh, stop. Why can't I escape? No, I don't want to dig anymore. Okay. Ooh. Like there's this trick where, right, but if you can get high bladesmithing, what you could do is you can take a high quality ore on your small anvil, create a carving knife blade, and those can come out at high quality. They're like one of the few items that when you create it, it could potentially come out at high quality. So let's say you do that and you get a 90 quality carving knife blade, and then you can combine that with a handle, and if you have high weaponsmithing, then it could actually come out as 90 quality carving knife, like in just one shot without having to imp it. If you want to take advantage of that strategy, you need to have high bladesmithing. So you gain more skill imping than creating. So yes, let's just say you only care about weaponsmithing and you don't want to take advantage of that method. Then what you could do is just make a whole bunch of weapons and just imp them. Okay, and that will increase your weaponsmithing as best as it possibly can go. Just know that weaponsmithing is a super slow skill. Like so slow that it'll feel like at least 4 times as slow as any other skill in the game. So just be prepared for that. But aside from that, it's just like any other skill. You know, if you have access to it, get COC tools. Get affinity food for weaponsmithing, and just improve weapons. And that's the way to go. Weaponsmithing will suck your soul. Yeah, this is possible.
It just takes a very long time.
It does take a long time. Now, if you do go and improve blades to get bladesmithing, you will also get weaponsmithing, just not as quickly. It'll be much, much less than if you were to regularly grind weaponsmithing, but it's possible to get it up a little bit that way, and it is somewhat worthwhile getting those bladesmithing and weapon headsmithing up. Like I was working on weapon headsmithing simply so that I can put together pickaxe heads easier, in hopes that I get a rare pickaxe that way. And then I went to go improve those heads to get that skill, the weapons headsmithing skill, in hopes that maybe I improve one to rare, that way. And also I'm getting weaponsmithing at the same time and improving my weapon headsmithing. So it's one of these things where you can do it, it's just not optimal. And it does help with some things, but it's not necessary. You can go straight to just improving weapons and just know it's going to be slow no matter what you do. Not as slow as prayer. Yeah, well, that is true. Prayer is something I'm working on right now, and it's not going very well. I'm at 32 prayer. And I could pray for an hour and get maybe 0.2. And I'm thinking I got to get all the way up to 70, so I don't know what's going to happen there, but it's going to take a while for sure.
All right, so we got this. We have all of the mats right here.
My
in
advice
this
is just
large
try it.
crate.
You know, set out a goal. Say I'm gonna improve my weaponsmithing till 10, let's say, and just see what 10 looks like. And you're gonna probably get a sense for
Or
what
try
it's gonna
20.
look like for the
Try
rest.
20.
Try, and then you try 20, and then you realize you'll realize once you trying to get to 20 that this is what it's gonna feel like. Oh, is that right? You get to 69.9 prayer and something will change. Oh, that's the worst. I can't wait for that to happen.
What
Honestly,
changes
prayer
that you get
just-
to 70?
Prayer, well, once you get to 70, you get benediction. Well, probably, because by that time, you probably have met all the other requirements for benediction, and prayer is the only thing you're left with. And what Wolfmare is saying is you get to 69.9, and then you stop getting ticks, basically. You're at 65 and getting less and less. And then this is on the old server, too, yeah. Getting a tick as long as 3 minutes between doing nothing nonstop. Yeah. Well, yeah. I know it's so. What I found out was that in order to increase the chances of getting a tick, what you need is really low faith. If you have really low faith, then your prayer actually goes up quite fast.
Did you take
You could
all the
probably get a
mixed
tick
grass?
every. I took 20.
Yeah, it's enough for 2
Took it all?
walls.
I know that's enough for 2 walls. Is that? Do you only bring enough for exactly? Okay, so I'll
Oh no,
put it back.
are
Just
you
take-
starting the next wall?
I started another wall. I'm on.
Wait, you started another wall?
Oh
That's
shoot!
odd.
What am I doing? Timber frame wall. Oh yeah, okay. I'm doing the back wall, the one that's facing.
Okay, the back
dirt.
wall.
The back wall.
You've been doing that the whole time, right?
The whole time, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And yeah, it's a timber frame wall. Yeah. Yeah, I know, and then that's the thing. Like, if you have already gotten your faith all the way up, which is definitely something you want to keep, because if you're a priest, that's your bread and butter. It's your faith. And then what that does is effectively makes it so that you will succeed in your prayer action like almost every single time. So you don't get a skill tick for that. Right. So using low quality altar. So yeah, once you're up to that point, the only thing you can do is low quality altar, sleep bonus, and affinity meals. That's basically the best you could do. And in that situation, you're getting a tick every 6 or 7 attempts or something like that. It's painful. I feel for you, and I'm gonna feel it too as I'm working on it.
Yicky P99. Hey guys, super new to Wurm here, but I'm loving it. How do you get your inventory sorted with tools, armor, etc.? So what you
yes.
might be referring to is the
Categories.
inventory groups, I guess they call them.
Groups. Groups, yes.
So what you can do is, you can basically set them up yourself. You just right-click the inventory up here, add a group. It'll allow you to type in the name of the group that you want. In this case, you see that I titled something armor, I've titled something tools, and then you can move items into that group.
Yep.
Keeps it a little more... There, so setting up a name for the new group. So in this case, I'll have a group called Yicky P99. Oh, it didn't like that group name.
Didn't like the underscore or P99. I don't know. Maybe no numbers. I don't know.
Yicky.
Or
There you go.
no underscore.
And you can even put groups inside of groups, as you can see here.
Yep. 90 prayer. It's the last one you
Yeah,
need.
move
I
items.
know.
Just know that when you do this with groups, is that you still, in total, only
Or
have
70
the
per
ability to hold, 99 items within your inventory.
Yeah. Yeah, Velvet Sun. I'm definitely dreading the and you know, on the new servers there's people who've already gotten benediction. Now I'm wondering how they did it. I know that on the old servers there was a cheese way of doing it where if you go to the PvP servers and become a champion, champions automatically get 70, like their faith go bumped up to 70, or not faith but prayer or something. Like something happens like where it's just poof, you have 70 prayer. I'm not even sure how it is. And it might be that's what they did on the new servers. Although, can you become a champion on the PvP servers?
I'm not sure.
On the new servers, I'm not even sure. Anyway, another thing that some people are doing is they just go over to the PvP server because your skills reset, or is it your skills reset? Your faith resets. That's what it is. Your faith resets so that your faith goes down to 1 again, and now you can just pray. And with low faith, you have a higher chance at gaining skill ticks, so they'll do it that way. So like, I know what some people do is they'll just go over to Epic, right, on the old servers. Yeah, not having their faith at 100, yeah. So they'll, on the old servers, what people do is like, go step through an Epic portal. Now their faith is back down to 0 or 1 or whatever. And apparently gaining prayer over there as well, because of the way that skilling works, is slightly easier as well. So in that combination, they'll just sit there and spam pray and get to 70 far easier than on freedom, and get benediction that way. Although the problem is, I'm not sure if you have to do that as your, like, what if it then gives you benediction on the new server? Actually, I don't even know. Don't research that more before taking my word on that one. I'm not sure if because you know how you get the rewards on the server that you're currently on, and if that's the last journal entry, and then you get those rewards on the Epic servers, it might not transfer back to the Freedom. I'm not sure. I'm just saying what I've heard other people say, so I don't know from my own experience. Right, having to become a follower to pray, right? And then there's nobody over there to convert you to follower. I wonder if GMs will come and convert you on Epic. Hey, I'm the only one on Epic and I need to be converted. Please come convert me.
Do you still have one wooden beam on you?
I put it back into the...
Into what?
Put it back.
Oh, you dropped it into her pot.
Oh, into her bin. Oh, that's what I did. I dropped it into her bin. Oops.
Oh, and there's clay. Did you drop this clay in there? No, you didn't.
I did. No, I mustn't. No.
No. But you did drop the mixed grass. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want some mixed grass?
Sure.
Take these 4.
Okay.
Okay, then you can take some clay. Oh, you took the clay. Okay.
I'm making it from the outside.
Oh, I forgot to get the
planks for the floor.
The planks for the floor and the shingles.
Okay, I'll go get those.
That's the best way to do that.
Where are we on this? Still a ways to go. If you completed it on Epic, it would only give it to you on Epic. Yeah, exactly. So what people would have done is they would get the prayer, 70 prayer on Epic, but they'll leave one of the other ones not completed, and then they'll come back to Freedom and complete the last one. So I guess you're not able to do that strategy if prayer is the only last one, is your last one, whatever. Yeah. They need to address this. The devs are like silent on this issue. There's a whole thread about it, and I haven't heard anything coming from the devs about this topic. Yeah, like there's definitely something wrong with the benediction journal entry. At the very least, what they should do is switch it so that prayer, the way that prayer determines whether or not you get a skill tick, is changed. So that somebody running with the optimal setup, that is low quality altar with, sleep bonus on and affinity food, like, doing everything you possibly can, should allow you to get into the 50% tick rate zone, like every other skill there is. Okay, you're right that there is that aspect. that hasn't stopped them before on lots of other things. That's another way of doing it. Just make prayer not so useless. But still, the grind to get 70 prayer just doesn't seem feasible. Like, I'm curious to know how many people have successfully done prayer legitimately. By legitimately, I mean with 100 faith, staying on freedom, spam praying for, I don't even know how long it takes. Like, how many people have done that? I'm curious to know. Legitimately got their prayer to 70.
Well,
I'd be surprised if there's even one.
They could do it in the way that they've done many things, which is essentially you don't touch the skill, you don't make it easier, you don't make it harder, but you make it more useful with giving more things for you to do with it. But that in turn makes it so you can gain it without being so, I don't know, what's the word? Without making it feel so grindy, because there's more things you can do that gives you that skill.
But you got to remember the problem. I don't know what it's like when you're in the 60s, let's say. I don't know what it's like to pray. Like, let's say I pray for 5 hours and get 0.05. Would that be like reasonable? If that's what's happening, and you need to get to 70, so you pray for 5 hours straight and you get 0.05 skill, and you're like this going, okay, well, I need to do this, I need to do that 5 times 20, so it's 100 hours just to get 1 skill, and I need to go 10 skill, that's I need 10,000 hours of just praying. Like, is that a reasonable amount of time to say to somebody they need to do that? Like, I don't know if that's the way it is, but like, I feel like that's what it feels like for people who are trying to get there. And
you understand what I mean.
Carrot, yeah, I put the carrot at the end of this,
Why
put
is
a
there
carrot
dirt on
instead
the
of
ground here?
a stick, because I don't know, I dug that back down. Remember, I had to drop dirt and I dug it back up.
Yeah.
No, not 0.5. I said 0.05. It's a 0.05.
So what I'm
Right,
saying
5
here,
hours,
okay, remember what they did with
0.05.
paving?
No.
Useless skill. Doesn't do very much at all. That's just how it was.
Okay.
And then they decided, okay, let's make it do something. Let's make it so paving affects how high you can make a house, like a stone house, for stone flooring.
Okay, yeah. But they also made it so that you have an imping way of getting.
Then they made it so that there was a way to get your skill up, because before the only way to get your skill up was to pave the ground. And so they made it so, at the very least at the time, that you got a lot of paving skill when you built floors in a house, which wasn't a thing before.
Right.
And
But notice how that made it so that you can get your paving skill up faster.
faster. So
Yeah.
So here's the thing. So what do you want in the skill? Do you want it to be just a nothing skill that you're trying to get up because of this one thing with
What about this?
in
What
your
if they made
journal?
it so that paving is required for high-end things? So like, yes, I want to get high paving, but then you go to pave and you can't get it up to that skill. Like, you're feeling like no matter how much you try to improve your
Right.
skill, you can't.
That's what
You're
I'm
never
saying.
going to get there.
That's my point. So my point is, wouldn't you want them to change the prayer skill to make it more useful to use, like give different benefits
Sure.
to use?
Yes.
But in turn,
Yes.
because they gave you those different benefits, it becomes easier to now skill it, because
Okay.
you're doing stuff towards those items. Would you feel bad
agree.
now that
I agree with
it's
both
now
of those
easier?
things. I agree with both of those things. But what Blue had pointed out earlier is that what that will do is going to devalue other people's work. So somebody who had just finished getting their prayer up to 70 using the old crappy method of having to just pray for 10,000 hours
Yeah, I understand this.
now devalues that. So how do you address that situation?
There's no addressing that situation. That's
Okay,
just
right. So
So
that's
so
just the way.
so
That's
what
the way
you
the cookie
what you're
crumbles.
basically saying is, oh, all those people that suffered, let's just make it so everybody suffers and never improve the skill and never make it easier, or not easier, that's a bad word, never make it more useful in this game, because there were all these people that suffered through a half-baked skill.
Right, happy. Yeah, that's true.
like
And
that-
also, Blue.
Are you okay
The other
with
thing to
that?
consider. The other thing to consider, Blue, though, is that already we are devaluing the people who have spent the time to level prayer like legitimately, because people have all these cheese mechanics to get to 70 much easier, right? Like people can go over to chaos and just champ and get 70 prayer like this. Like literally, from what I understand, it seems like that automatically devalues everybody else's work. And
What I'm
it doesn't
saying-
seem like they're doing anything about that either.
I'm saying it's a good compromise to take a skill that's grindy and then provide more useful, feature-packed things to do with that skill.
Right, and here's
make
Buddha
it more
saying
fun.
this is like, this part of the game should stay bad because when I did it, it was bad.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's just like nobody else should experience it good.
Right? Whereas the wrong way to do it would be, okay, let's take this bad skill and let's make it easier to do this bad skill by
Or just better,
just
like more
making it so that you
balanced.
get 5 points a tick or whatever. Like that wouldn't make how would that make it better? How would that make that skill
Yeah.
better? It would just
And
make it
it's so
shorter.
obvious-
It wouldn't make it better.
It's so obvious that when they planned all this, they were not thinking through the process exactly. Like they didn't see that it was going to cause, or what it would be like. It wasn't balanced.
yeah,
properly.
which is okay. Now it's been in the game. And we
That's in the
see
game,
what
yeah.
the issue is. We've uncovered the problems, and now you spend the time to address those problems. I mean, this actually came up in my work just yesterday, where you have two situations here. Okay, you know what the goal is. Let's say at the time the goal was to build a journal. Okay, and you can throw as much money at building this journal as possible. Take as much time as you want. Give it more time to plan this out and feature it. But the fact of the matter is, even the smartest people can't build this journal and uncover every single problem that this journal could possibly uncover, or like any issues. And it would actually be better time-wise to release what you have, review the problems that it uncovers, and then fix those problems. You would get a better journal within a shorter amount of time. This comes down to the whole agile methodology of releasing smaller increments of what you have and then iteratively improving that, instead of trying to like know everything about something that doesn't exist yet, including all of the problems with it, and trying to release one product that ends up being worse in the end.
Right.
Because you never got any feedback about it. And I have no idea where I was going with this, but all I mean here is that they just have to
Return
provide
the animals. Yes.
the solution and return the animals. Yes, that's what I meant
I'm
by
gonna
this. Return the animals, and Willow will never know. It was this one. It was this one.
I realize that there's a whole bunch of corded. Oh no, Wemp. There's Wemp. That's what it is. It's Wemp in here.
There we go.
I want to move this into the right bin.
Come on. You guys come back. You guys can do it. Come on.
All right. All right. That took a lot shorter than I thought it was going to take, honestly.
Yeah, we're not quite done, to be honest. Almost.
Well, we didn't
almost.
finish this little fence here. But
Let me
yeah,
make this not look okay.
Just gonna go around and pick up the last few little things here. Where are these logs from?
And
This
I
is
gotta
the oak
remove
log.
this.
The oak wood tree. I think I should leave those logs there.
Ah, there we go.
You want to organize
Look
those
at
logs
that.
somehow?
Oh my god, we left dirt in here. You left
Oh, okay,
24
I'll
dirt
come
in
grab
here. You
that.
got to come and get the 24 dirt.
I grabbed the dirt. Yeah.
Okay, and then what about the logs?
There's the oak logs that you cut for the oak.
Yeah, you
house
might
that
as
you were
well just
making.
get them.
But I just don't want to mix the quality because
Let's put them in a 50 quality bin. There should be one in there.
there's.
Or sorry, put them in all of the bins that are in the storage house.
Yeah, but there's like some of these are not 50 quality, right? Some of them are low quality.
But we have bins for
Like
every
50
quality level.
Quality for.
Well, we
Okay,
should
I see
have
what you're
bins for
saying.
every quality level. Look at that. A nice flat tar and a house that nobody touched. Right?
Right, nobody
Adam?
touched it.
Nobody touched it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing different from this house as it was before. I hope we sell that better to her.
Yeah.
Anyway, all I was saying, the point of what I was actually saying before about prayer, is that this would not be the first time they did that with a skill. It would not be the last time if they were to do it with that skill. There are many skills that have taken place where they said, okay, this skill does nothing, let's make it do something. And that's
Yeah.
basically what I'm suggesting.
Yep.
And in turn, because you made it do something, you've given new features and things for the skill to do, and therefore it becomes
And if they
easier
want-
to level in just
And if they want benediction to be
progress.
harder, yeah, if they want benediction to be harder to level, then just make it harder to level. Like put something else in there that's gonna make it so that you need, but make it so that it's valuable and useful, and not like how it is with prayer, where once you get to 70 prayer, the only reason why you're doing that is for benediction. Okay, so you said we have 50 quality log bin? Yeah, okay. And 40. Oh yeah, we have like it all separated here, I see.
So what are we doing?
What we need is a place that just has logs.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that is the future.
That is the future of our deed. Yeah, we need
A log storing place.
log storing place. Yeah, we have a 40 quality, but I don't see a 30. Hold on. Oh, no,
What would
this
you
one's
call
30.
a
It's just
place
not
like that?
labeled. Lumber
The
mill.
log storage, the lumber mill,
The lumber yard.
lumber yard, the logarithm, something like that. We need to build the fences back, crude fences.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
But I should probably also need to be getting going soon.
Yeah, so I guess we'll do that in another stream. I do know you do have to do work, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, we could just do it off stream. I think that doesn't take.
Yep.
We do have tons of work to do.
Adam does have tons of work to do, and we did do a lot. I showed some leatherworking at the beginning. I got to level 86 leatherworking. We came over here, did all that terraforming,
Yep.
and now we're gonna have the beginning of Adam's house. Slowly start building that up, depending on what Adam wants to build. Not sure if you want wood or you want stone. Doesn't matter to me, or any of the other types. Pottery might look nice. Just saying.
I was
Then
thinking some
we-
kind of stone at the bottom and some kind of wood on the top. Could
Okay.
do. Actually,
then
I don't
we
know. Maybe
leveled-
totally stone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stone,
Leveled the
one of
tar.
them, and then we leveled the tar with completely not touching any houses. So, oh, I'm getting hit
and-
now.
We need. That's why we need the.
That is why we
pen.
need that. So, very productive day, I must say. And thank you everyone for joining us today, this week in Wurm. Hopefully you had fun playing Wurm alongside us. And let's go take a look if there's someone we can say hi to that's also streaming Wurm Online. Before we have to leave, let's take a look. We've got a whole bunch of different people. Who haven't we done? Have we ever rated Bun?
We
Can't
have
remember now.
not rated Bun.
Looks like she's streaming, so let's go say hi to Bun and
Bun
her
Bun is
Bunny Cam.
She's a new member of the Valkyrie Entertainment Network, so she's yeah,
Oh, and thank you, Reagan Nation.
relatively new at this. So let's send her our love and give her a big warm welcome and hit the follows and all that.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with us today. We will see you guys in the next episode, hopefully next week. I believe we'll do it sometime next week. Take care, everyone. Let's go say hi to Bun.